The intention of justice is to see that the guilty people are proven guilty and that the innocent are freed. Only we have a problem here.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are taking a look at this case from a psychological perspective.
Fun. Everybody was having a good time.
Does Brian Albert strike you as the kind of guy who is always having fun? No. And here's a news flash for this judge. Mental health professionals have solutions.
They made an arrest. I got the guy for Danny.
It was like a mix between sadness and anger because that's the moment for him when he really started to believe that his mother was involved.
The only corresponding records in the other databases are from previous days.
There is a huge psychological component to what was going on here. And according to this group, Brian Albert Jr. gets like the most celebrated birthday hour of anybody ever. Like every 30 seconds, someone's like, "Happy birthday!" John totally seemed like such a cool guy.
John makes me like this.
Somebody jumps in as a journalist, draws attention to it in a light that is not good for the prosecution. I mean, and there are serious allegations of corruption in the DA's office and the state police.
It's not like his 21st birthday. Hi, loophole lawyer. How are you?
It feels great. It feels good to be back.
I'm going to go with the seahorse because certainly I've gotten a lot of love from everybody today, which feels nice.
You are very, very loved. And I can't believe we get to spend your birthday with you. Happy birthday!
Text messages read back as if he's the aggrieved party.
Hold on. Have each of you been called murderers?
Who wants to be the one to give Matt the bad news?
I wanted to prove or to demonstrate.
I don't know where the dog was. I didn't hear any barking. Her name is Sunny. She was named after Santino Corleone.
This is his face.
Hey, hi, everybody. There's my Johnny. Hello. That's my Johnny.
Sunny barks if you walk by my window and sneeze. You're not really going to deny this, are you?
It's so weird. It's like the Inside Out, upside down. Narnia.
I would get at some point in time and fashion and then turn it over.
Know if we had it enough, or we had it all, I should say.
Not having any observable or detectable electrical activity would be asystole.
Means death. 3 separate tab IDs. The thing he had to encourage her to do was not to testify.
You know, and Julia Albert responds to the text message from John, and she goes, "My biggest fear in life is ending up on Turtle Boy."
Stop it.
Oh, you never seen that? Oh, I got it.
You're not going to like this, though. You're going to disagree with me on
Just say it. I like the
disagreement.
conflict.
Okay.
Yeah, the disagreement.
I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
People are terrified of him. They're absolutely terrified of him. And how do we know that? We know that from Mega Motion. Just another day for me, right? Which means it was just not an ordinary day for somebody else. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back.
Karen Reed plots. She fabricates a conspiracy.
I am just a person who likes to understand. That's going to increase the likelihood that we're going to take some action.
Here she is.
My sister Jillian, yes.
It's funny. But then he's got part of his shirt untucked. His back pocket is kind of hanging out.
Has to buy that. So, has to buy that. So.
And showing solidarity, you can see them there.
It's about getting justice for John O'Keefe. There clearly is an issue of integrity.
How dare they?
Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
Mm-hmm. We really do, though, right? We really, Really do. Welcome, everybody. Happy Wednesday night. And welcome to I Don't Belong Here with me, Samantha Benigno. How is everybody tonight? So nice to see you guys. Hi, guys. So right before this, there's so much going on. Why does it feel like everything always drops like an hour before this show? Why does that happen? But we're going to take a look at all of it. So don't you worry if you don't know what I'm talking about. There's just plenty going on. We saw Turtle Boy's 12B6 motion, I think it is, motion to dismiss in the civil suit, the defamation case. Very interesting. I was just trying to catch up on that argument. And that argument, just if you missed it, pretty simply is that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, as public servants, are public figures, are not private individuals. So there's that. I really like his attorney, Jeffrey Pyle. He's kind of a guy that flies under the radar a little bit. I mean, he's not super showy. He's not an LA guy, but he certainly knows his stuff. And you can tell these motions and just hearing him in court, he clearly knows the law. And that's really, at the end of the day, the most important thing. And I want to spend some time tonight talking about Aiden, or Turtle Boy, because yesterday, during his bus stop live, which sometimes I catch if I can, right? Sometimes there's other things going on, other cases, morning shows, whatever, other things that I watch. But yesterday, I caught some of his bus stop live. And he was showing some clips that we're going to take a look at from JFK, LTL, and Mike Crawford, who, among other things, they spent a lot of time, apparently, I would come to find out later, doing a show all together. It was like a 5-hour stream. So they talked about a lot of things. We also are, if we have time, going to take a look at an interview that Kate Peter did with Mike Crawford, just I think the day before this thing that Aiden was showing on his bus stop live from a couple of nights ago, where LTL and Mike Crawford and JFK did a show together. Now, normally I do everything in my power to stay away from gossip or pettiness. Like, you're not gonna come here and hear me talking about like Jess Machado being mad at Turtle Boy. Like, that's never gonna be a subject that I have an interest in. It's just not who I am. I don't care about that stuff. This is different. This is different. And we're gonna talk about why. Because once you really investigate the defamation suit, the claims against Aiden, and let's extend this further to the witness intimidation case, right? Because that's a criminal case that could put Aiden in prison for the next frickin', I guess theoretically 100 years. I doubt that's what it would be. What, 5 to 10? I mean, they're not kidding, right? The Commonwealth hates him, and they want to put him away. Robert Cosgrove would not blink an eye asking a judge to put Aiden Carney in prison for a decade. Wouldn't blink an eye. Would not, certainly wouldn't lose any sleep. So they just want him to go away. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you like Aiden or you don't like Aiden, if you think he's a huge asshole, if you think he's entitled, if you think he's self-involved, whatever people say about him. At the end of the day, there's facts and then there's delusion. And if you are following Aiden Carney, even though if some of you know this, let me backtrack. I put up a poll, and the most recent percentage, I think it had like almost 600 people participated the last I checked. And anybody that participated, I thank you so much. And I asked, like, did you learn about the Karen Reed case through Turtle Boy? 86% of those 600 people did not hear about the case through Aidan Carney. Now, that's just 600 people out of however many millions who know about this case. The vast, overwhelming majority did not learn about Karen Read and what happened to John O'Keefe through Turtle Boy. But both literally and figuratively, he had a megaphone. And this is such an important detail that I think people really miss, don't recognize, or don't acknowledge is important. The House defendants absolutely hate Aidan Carney. They hate him. Like Kate Peter hates him. They hate him. And the glue that binds these people together, even from Kate Peter's own mouth, is not justice for John O'Keefe. Not even close. It's hatred for Aidan Carney. Period. And even though I think it was Mark Betterow that dubbed it Turtle Boy derangement syndrome, and it sounds so silly, and you know it's silly. Of course, there's no such thing as Turtle Boy derangement syndrome, but boy, does it start to look that way when people that used to be close to him have a falling out with him. I get it. You don't like the guy. You think he's a huge asshole. You can think whatever you want about Aidan. But the facts remain that he drew attention at a time when Karen's team was desperate for attention. He helped to raise over $1 million. Let's just stop and acknowledge that for Karen Read's defense. Aidan would have put himself in front of a bullet if it meant at that time, at the peak of their collaboration, call it whatever you want. I don't think it was an official collaboration, but call it whatever you want. He had a lead. He had a story. He knew it was $1 million story. Who gives a shit? Every news outfit in the United States of America is a for-profit entity with the exception of one. What is PBS the only one that is not? They're all for profit, right? And we all know that. So to try to say that he's running a story for profit and we're going to condemn him for it, first of all, I don't think that's true at all. Because when the story first broke, he didn't know. He wasn't like, oh, this story is going to make me lots and lots of money. I better run with it. It just was a good story. Like the same, it's all for the same reason that all of us are still here today, right? Because we believe in our soul that John O'Keefe was not killed by Karen Read, that he was killed by the people in that house. And there's a kind of injustice when people get away with something like that, and then not only are not held responsible, are never investigated. There's a police, these corrupt, horrible human beings of police officers immediately try to cover for their pals to make it, to guarantee that it's put on Karen Read. Right? And then these horrible monster human beings have the audacity to befriend the family of the deceased police officer and prance around with his adopted children to try to prove to the world how innocent they are, when you and I all know these people are directly involved with either his death or some type of conspiracy to cover it up and then indict a person who they knowingly all knew was not responsible for the crime. So that's what's going on here. And can you fault Aidan for being interested in that story? Because if I had Karen at that time, the person directly involved, feeding me information, of course I'm going to bring it to everybody. Of course. But the truth is, and this is an ugly truth, that the House defendants do not want anybody to know, and that Chris, whatever his name is, Raggy, whatever the hell his name is, I always mess up him with a guy named Chris Raggy. Sorry, Chris Raggy. You are not the person I'm talking about. The attorney specifically for the McAlberts. You can believe whatever you want to believe, but I doubt that they're telling you that they knew who he was and that they were followers of his. Because remember what Chris tells us, right? He's a First Amendment guy. Right. Well, he was anyway. He's certainly not now, but he was. He was a First Amendment guy when it was really funny because this journalist blogger who he followed all the time was out there exposing, progressives, tormenting people who he didn't agree with politically. He was fine with that. It was all a big joke, right? Sending his stories back and forth to each other. No problem. But all of a sudden, when the tables are turned and now Aiden's focused on their family, all of a sudden, what happened to I'm the free speech guy, First Amendment guy? Where did that go? So I was fired up about that anyway, and we're going to take a look at that in a minute. And then this story from Gretchen Voss drops. And I could feel my entire body begin to tense. And I wanted to, my first reaction about a paragraph in was to start some kind of campaign to get her fired. That was the very first thought in my head. Oh my God, we have to do something. This cannot be happening. So we're going to read that together because I couldn't even get through it. Without you guys, I cannot get through this article because it is so painful to read. So I need your help and we're going to go through it together. Oh my God. So if you haven't read it or don't know about it, it is, let me just take a look before I pull it up. It is, I guess, Boston Magazine. It's a Boston Magazine article. And I guess it dropped today at 2:45 p.m. And it is called Inside the Campaign That Acquitted Karen Reed. Emily C. made it in the article. Congratulations, Emily. With completely incorrect information, by the way, but we'll get there. So that's what's happening. These things are, they hurt. They're painful for me, right? And that's part of the point with the Turtle Boy thing. The idea, I mean, it's so ridiculous that it's funny. It's so ridiculous that it's something that I'm sure Brian Albert finds absolutely hilarious on some level. The notion that Aiden Carney was trying intentionally to stop them from testifying because he wanted to interfere with the trial, which, by the way, would only be financially would not be in Aiden's best interest, right? I mean, a trial for Aiden Carney would have been a gold mine, right? As we know, because that's exactly what happened. So why would he be actively trying to stop a trial from coming? There's no desire to intimidate witnesses so that they don't testify against Karen. And we all know that. Everybody knows that. They know that too. So the argument that they are trying to make for witness intimidation is just completely absurd. So all right, let me go to you first because I could just go. I'm fired up. I'm angry. I'm upset. It's very, very painful. So I need you guys right now. I need you. Mama Mika, I like that. Sends 100 gems. Marshmallow High. Hi, Mama Mika. I love that name. It's very cute. Eleni RN. Eleni RN 40 sends 10 gems and a floating heart. Oh, that's so cute. At Holly RIX 4073 sends 10 gems and a gold coin. Thanks, Holly. And GS Dog's mom sends 30 gems and a flower. Look how cute that puppy is. Big puppy. At Carrie Cove. Hi, Carrie is a member for 8 months. Happy anniversary. 8 months went by so fast. So scarily fast. It's so cliche, but isn't it true how as you get older, like time flies? It just flies. It's insane. Totally insane. Thanks for being here, Carrie. You're the best. At NH2 Florida, is that New Hampshire to Florida? Sends 2 gems and a silver star. Look at that. What kind of a creature is that? Like a big lizard of some sort? You're much braver than I, dear. Hello, Denise. My Denise. How are you, dear? Sends 10 pounds from Lancashire, UK. Hi, Samantha and Chad from Denise. Oh, thanks, Denise, for being here. I think it is much later by you right now. So you are a trooper being here with us right now because it is much later in the UK. At Lori Ballo sends 2 gems and a silver star. Hi, Lori. Thank you for being here. At Eleni RN40 sends $4.99. After watching Melanie and Grant, I am really worried about everyone on the side of justice for John and fighting the corruption syndicate in Massachusetts. I know, right? Well, one of the reasons why I take Grant in doses, like I need Grant in doses, is because Grant has this brilliant mind, so smart, but so he's lovable. I adore him, and I'm very grateful for everything he does, every bit of it. And his mind can make connections everywhere. Like he can make a connection out of things that seemingly no person on earth would put in the same place. Like they're just so you have to watch because he can find a way to connect things that have no connection, and he can do it like that. So I'm very aware of that, and I've seen him do it for years now because I followed Grant for a long time. I actually followed Grant even before he turned to our team because I was curious about him. Like, who is this guy? I would see him all the time on X. I don't always post on X, but I usually at least once a day will go there to check for news because there's a lot of stuff that breaks on there. And so he's very active there. I would go there to see him, very aware of him and his mother, of course, because I covered her version of what happened just before the second trial. I actually did a whole video on her story. So it's very interesting. He's interesting as his mother's interesting, but you have to be careful because Grant is masterful at connecting things that don't actually have a connection. So just throwing that out there. I'm not saying I didn't see it, so I have no idea what he actually presented. And there's probably 70% truth to it, but just be mindful. He's too smart for his own good. I think that's what happened. At Got a Bad Feeling, member for 4 months. Hi, Got a Bad Feeling. You're the best. Samantha, I am so honored to be a member. Saying you are the GOAT is an understatement. You truly are a gift to us all. 67,000 and counting. Woohoo! Love you. I know. Isn't that so exciting? It's very, very exciting. Isn't it crazy? I never, ever thought. Never. When I started this channel, there was never a thought like, oh, I'll get to 67,000 subscribers or whatever. It wasn't even in my mind. All I was thinking about was getting through the second Karen Reed trial. I couldn't do it alone. And man, did I get way more than I bargained for, right? So I'm so grateful for everyone. You guys make me sane because it completely changed my view of humanity, just being with all of you, just seeing that people are kind and caring and considerate and compassionate and want to help each other and want to support each other. It's awesome. And just how dedicated all of us are, which is something I'm going to get back to in a bit. So thank you so much. You are truly the very best. At Sally Shy sends at Sally Shy D5Q sends 30 gems in the flower. Thank you so much, Sally. Hello, Miss Liz Rose. Hi, Liz. She says, hi, Sam and Sunny. Love my church community on Wednesdays at 7. Me too. Me too. So much. You guys are the best. Very, very best. All right. So let me show you this. This came from Ginny, who posted this on TikTok, and it's just hilarious. So I'm just going to play it. It's real quick.
Couldn't even honestly tell you when it just honestly depends. Honestly, have to check. Honestly, honest to God, I don't even recall honestly if Elizabeth was there. Even to be honest with you, I don't. Just honestly, everyone would honestly say I can't. Really, honestly, can't remember. I honestly don't remember. Oh. I honestly. I'm trying to honestly think back. Hard time remembering, honestly. I don't. Honestly, I don't. I do not.
Okay. Oh, wild.
I honestly don't recall. I don't believe so.
Don't recall. Huge indicator for her.
I think I honestly don't. I honestly, maybe like years in, I don't know. I honestly don't remember. Possibly, but honestly, I would have, honest to God, no idea. No idea. No.
The prior statements that you've made.
Honestly, to be honest with you, I don't honestly, I remember, because sometimes I honest to God, I don't remember that. I could have been. Honestly, like, I truly and honestly don't have an answer for that.
It is just astounding. Just astounding. So I spent part of the day trying to get through the second, more in-depth analysis of Julie. And I have to tell you, the only way I can say this is, remember how when Brian Higgins, and we saw from Brian Higgins, he would always reduce the commitment to everything he said. Like, I believe, after every sentence, he would throw in a reduction of commitment. It was usually an I believe before or after. So that way, if he says something and later on you bring it back up, he can say, well, I said I believe, like I wasn't sure, right? And I'll never forget this. This is one of my very first lessons that I got from Sergio that stuck, that like really burned into my brain. So I know this one. And he said, when you have somebody like this in this setting, I want to be clear, because remember, the setting, the context for speech is important. And if you're speaking to an investigator from the state police, there's an assumption that you're going to tell the truth. That's the point of the conversation. If you're asked to be a witness in a trial, there's an actual explicit oath that you take that you're going to tell the truth, right? And nothing but the truth. So those are situations where we speak intentionally. We're very careful about the words we choose because we know that there is an assumption, explicit or implicit, of honesty. If I'm just talking to my buddies or like my friends, right? If I'm just chatting or even talking to my daughter, I'm looser with my speech because there's no heaviness, there's no burden placed on me that, oh my God, I could go to jail if I lie, right? Not that I'm lying all the time, but the point is that we're more, we're more liberal with what we say because it can be looser. It's not something that we know somebody's going to take and put down in a transcript, right? So part of that is an important detail, so that when we do see situations like Brian Higgins or Julie Albert, we can be mindful that if somebody is deceptive, not in one place, like, for example, I went back, and I'm not sure how clear I made this because I was just so tired at the end of the Innocent series. But I went back and I examined Heather Maxson, Ryan Nagel, and Ricky D'Antano, and very, very closely. And all three of them are lying specifically about whether Julie asked them to come inside. That's the one place. Now, Ricky's a clown. I wouldn't take anything Ricky D'Antano said. I would take it all with a grain of salt. He's just a clown. There's no other way to say it. I watched his testimony carefully and deduced this guy is a complete clown. Can't take anything he says seriously. But nonetheless, he was deceptive about that question being asked. And I'm not going to go through it with you now. I think I did do a video on it somewhere. I don't know, in the Collins series maybe. But Heather Maxson is a great example because she tries to be honest the whole way through, but she loses it. And this is part of how we know it's, an indicator of deception, because she kind of loses it during that Q&A, specifically about Julie asking her to come inside. So that's a situation, Ryan too, where they're trying to be as honest as they can be. And then there's a lie, or maybe, a couple of lies. Another place where Ryan lies is about the distance. He's a little shaky about that, whatever. But the point is that those are people who are being dishonest for a reason in a very specific way at a specific time during their testimony. If somebody is being dishonest the entire way, every statement, everything they say, they're reducing the commitment, they're hedging, as Veriscope calls it, right? Then we know that that's not just somebody who's being deceptive. That person would suddenly would be indicting themselves that they are involved in the underlying claim. So whatever the underlying claim is, the reason for being there to begin with, in this case, the death of John O'Keefe, that behavior implies that they are directly involved, because the lying is so egregious, right? In this case meaning in these three videos, Courtney, Chris, and Julie, out of the three of them, one would think that Courtney would be the one who had more to lose, because her brother, who she loves like a child, is Michael Proctor. So you would think if anyone was going to be dishonest to her core, it would have been Courtney, because Courtney is the one with the brother who could have lost his job or could have blown the case, right? Screwed up for trial, whatever. But she certainly would not have wanted the blowback on Michael. So we might expect her to be the one to be dishonest to her core. Ironically, she's the one who, by the end of it, so she gets more comfortable as time goes on, and by the end of the interview, she winds up spilling the whole thing. She winds up telling us everything. So one must wonder, we must ask ourselves, why would Julie be the one to be deceptive to her core throughout the entirety of this interview? It is unbelievable deception. Unbelievable. So now I don't know if everybody had a chance to see, I put out a bunch of shorts in the last couple of 24 hours. And I did that because I was doing my full analysis and then running across these minutes, these couple of minutes where she says something that is so shocking that I have to cut it immediately. And I just want you to see it. So I'm like finding a way to just get it to you immediately, because it's shocking. It's shocking. It never stops. Never. Not a sentence that she utters, not a single sentence is void of deception. Not a single sentence. And it doesn't get better. It gets worse. It gets worse. How is that possible? It gets worse until at the very end, the investigator, and oh my God, there's so much. I don't even, it's so much, you guys. So you remember when, I'll give you another, this is a disclosure. We're going to have to do it together because it's a lot to show you. But another thing I discovered, when Julie pretends during the first interview that she looks to see if Michael Proctor's in her phone, she actually knows he's in there. And she tries to feign like she doesn't see anything. And then she goes home and she calls them right away, right? Says, "Oh, I was looking for this, photographer's number named Mike." And then there it was, Mike Proctor, right? So I wanted to call you back and tell you right away. Okay. So she knew, she saw that he was in the phone. She knew he was in the phone. Of course she knew he was in the phone, and then panicked afterwards, like, oh shit, what should I do? And immediately called them, right? I'm sure consulted with Chris, and he said, well, call him back and tell him, so that's what she does. And then she's back the next day. The point is, there's a couple of things. The point is, we are also going to be able to take all of these. I mean, there's so much deception, but like everybody, we lie in a pattern, right? We lie with very specific indicators to us, to each and every one of us. And is there a lot of crossover, like to say, honestly, the way that she does? Obviously, that is a deception flag for sure. I mean, that's a deception flag. Or, I remember, that's another deception flag. So there are indicators that are essentially universal for the most part, but they can mean different things, right? They can mean, outright deception or sensitivity. In other words, if it's a really sensitive issue, I might lean on a different indicator. For Brian Albert, the big indicator is so. When he's lying, he starts the sentence with the word so. I mean, it is like hard and fast every single time throughout his entire testimony. Julie, I don't recall, is a big one. Every time, to my ability to count so far, anytime she says, I don't recall, it has been an indicator of deception, without a doubt. So we're going to get to go through this, and by the end, have a very finite list of what her indicators are, and then get to go back into testimony and see as clear as day what she's being completely dishonest about. Now, it's not like we don't already know. We do, but this is going to give us way, way more certainty. So, not that we really needed it, but I think it really will. It does beg the question, though, why? Why is she being so dishonest? So much so that in the face of an investigator from the state police saying to her, you babysat for Courtney Proctor 2 to 3 days a week for 9 years, she outright denies it. No. No. Absolutely not. No. It's like, wait, what? She's like, no, it was only like 2 days, because it would have been Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then she's like, but only for like a couple of years, I mean, it's jaw-dropping. I don't even have words as I listen to it and watch it and go through it, because it's astonishing. What can I say? I mean, you tell me. What would possess that woman to be so afraid to tell the truth? Because she's an anxious lady, obviously. we can all see that Julie is an anxious lady. And by the way, she at the end discloses a lot of stuff that we're going to get to. Maybe not tonight, but we will get there inadvertently. Like after spending 45 minutes explaining that she barely knows Courtney and Michael Proctor, when the investigator asks her about the gift and if she was proud or if she said she was proud of Michael Proctor to Courtney, she starts talking about how emotional she got because it was a close friend / family member in Michael Proctor who was the one that arrested Karen Reed. It's like, wait, what? I mean, it's stunning. It's stunning. It is like stunning. You have to listen very, 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 very carefully to get it all. And it's tough because from afar, it just sounds like kind of gobbledygook, right? It just kind of sounds like honestly over and over again, but there is so much in there. It is like, it's a treasure trove of bullshit. I don't know how else to say it. So we're going to get so much out of that one video. It's pretty good stuff. And I'm sure I haven't gone into Chris. I've gotten clips, so I haven't done a full analysis of Chris. But we do get, just wait, because it's coming. You guys are going to see it probably in the next couple of days. My next video on this will include clips of Chris, who just helps support this underlying theory that these two are hiding something big. So, and I bring all this up. I saw earlier, let me see if it's still here. I tried to star it. A comment from you, Chad. I think it got, I hate that. I hate it when it goes away. Chad, I tried to save your comment and it got wiped out when I started the stream. So annoying that happens. But my point is that the relationship, in my opinion, is closer than we were led to believe. So not just to Courtney. I mean, obviously we know that Courtney is close to Julie. We know that clearly. And also, I've always known that she was using Courtney as a go-between during the investigation. They were that I've always known because she clearly lies about it when asked, right? So she was using Courtney as a go-between. But it appears as though the relationship between Julie and Elizabeth and Michael was stronger than we knew. She definitely babysat for Michael Proctor. Not theoretically, not even like there was a plan to babysit. She babysat at Michael Proctor's house. And if she's admitting to it on one occasion, I ask you, how many times do you suspect she actually did do it? If there was any kind of compulsion to tell us that it happened one time, how many times do you think it actually did happen? And if you want to test that, let's just think. She babysat for Courtney 2 to 3 days a week for 9 years and told us it was only 2 days a week. And that she was only willing to say that, by the way, after like fighting with the investigator for 40 minutes on this very thing. She just would not give it up until finally he's like, we know you babysat for 9 years. We know. We spoke to Courtney, you ass. Finally, in the face of that information, she admits to 2 days a week on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I know for a fact, she says, because it was Tuesdays and Thursdays. So she tells us, but if she's willing to say Tuesdays and Thursdays for 2 years, and it was really 9, how many times would you guess or estimate if she told us that she was at the Proctor's house once to babysit? So, and she's definitely had a relationship with Elizabeth. I don't think that Michael and Julie or Michael and Chris were buddies. That is not what I am saying. But it does appear as though Courtney did babysit for, or Julie did babysit for them and did have a relationship with Elizabeth. So the extent to which I am not all the way through, so I haven't gotten to the answers all the way yet, but when I have them, you will also. And then we are going to go back into the testimony of Julie Albert, and we are going to apply everything we now know into her testimony. And I cannot wait to do it. I'm very excited. If these people would just, stop talking, or, what, I don't know, have told the truth from the beginning, then their lives wouldn't be so uncomfortable. It's tough. It's tough. It really, really is. But that's kind of the point. And that's part of what I want to get into in just a minute. So let me get to you guys, though, first. You tell me, by the way, how many times do you think she actually babysat for the Proctors? Welcome, Stephanie Patterson, 5293 is a new member. Welcome, welcome. At Chandra C 4911 is a member for 8 months. Happy anniversary, Chandra C. My 20-year-old grandson with ASD lives with me. He's concerned I talk to friends I haven't actually met in person. You should be careful online, Grandma. That's amazing. That's amazing. This is hilarious. I want to take a picture. Oh my God. Because I hear the opposite all the time from parents of clients who are, about 20, between 20 and 30, and their parents are very, how concerned should I be that my son, it's almost always a son. Although I had one client once who was a female who was the same issue, who's talking online while playing video games to people they don't know. That's hilarious. That's so funny, Chandra. Oh my God. How funny is that? I totally get it, though. My daughter says it to me, too, at Dr. Jen Toxic. Sends 250 gems and a laughing disco. How cute. Thank you, dear. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $2. What are we reading? I was totally spacing out. We are going to read next the Boston Magazine article that Gretchen Voss wrote about all of us. Now, what's happening, and this is why I wanted to talk about Aiden. What's happening is that, and you've known this, right? Remember they had their gala a couple of months ago now, maybe 6 weeks ago. The gala was all about trying to essentially create a media campaign, create some momentum for their team. And this Gretchen Voss Boston Magazine article, I'm sure, is part of that effort. In this interview that Kate Peter does with Mike Crawford on his show, she talks about this effort. And the very obvious and very interesting thing from Kate Peter's perspective, of course, is that this effort isn't really about Karen Reed or John O'Keefe. It's about taking down Turtle Boy. That is what it's all about. So I'm going to play a couple of minutes of that interview. Then I'm going to play a couple of minutes of what I want to show you from Turtle Boy. And then we are going to read this magazine article, and I need you with me to do it because I can't read it by myself. I get so angry that I have to stop reading it. I have to stop. I'm like, nope, I'm cut off. I'm not allowed to get this level of anger. I'm not comfortable with going above it. So I need you to help regulate me while we go through it. So let's start with this, and you tell me what you think.
Betterow, when he was on my show, we were friendly. I haven't talked to him. Like, so, like, you know, I don't like, I'm ambivalent on Betterow. I think he's a skilled lawyer. I think he does pretty good. I think he did the best he could today, but I don't think he has, I don't think there's much he can do, right?
No, I mean, anyone who's been, you know, ensnared in the criminal justice system understands that the mechanism to dismiss any complaint, but especially an indictment, is pretty limited, right? So, I mean, even when they're crying about the fact that his intent was presented to the grand jury, I don't even think they had to do that to indict him, honestly, but it just kind of strengthens things because, I mean, intent is a trial issue, right? So if you have an issue with the way that the Commonwealth perceives your intent, the venue to hash that out is trial, right? And obviously the Commonwealth in this case feels like they have a provable case, so they're not backing down at this point. Like, I knew as soon as this was filed, and this is the second motion.
So let's just put this into context. For those of you that aren't sure what we're looking at or listening to, this is Kate Peter. You might know her also as Masshole Mafia, or you might also know her as the person that is like the arch nemesis of Turtle Boy. Hates him, has basically made her whole online presence and life about hating him. And as a result of that, she became an advocate for the McAlberts. But I think, as you're going to hear her say here, I don't know that she cares so much about them. What she cares about is hating Turtle Boy. Now, why is this important? Well, she's the one who sent the links from the intent folder and the changed show names. So she took certain of Aiden's programs, took certain little snippets, like seconds clips from his shows, and the shows are very specifically through the year 2023. So it's from like April of 2023 to September of 2023. K. Peter took clips from that time from his shows, and then so for example, she took a clip that Aiden was saying, like, yeah, you know, I hope Jen McCabe is a killer or something like that. And then changed the show title. So instead of it saying, like, you know, fighting for justice for John O'Keefe, it said, like, trying to intimidate Jen McCabe not to testify. Literally, that's like one of the show titles. And of course, the Commonwealth was like, hey, great, thanks. They didn't like check their homework or check to see if any of it was valid. They just took it to the grand jury and presented it as she did, as she presented it to them. Dishonestly, of course. And they didn't check her credibility or even look into who she was, because why do they care? They don't care. Great, thanks. Thanks for the help. So, of course, Kate Peter here is defending the intent during the grand jury because she's going to defend her efforts, right? She was the one whose information was presented to the grand jury. So silly.
Dismiss, which is obviously the judge pointed out several times. Like, this has already been scrutinized. The indictments went through. Like, he's going to trial. That's it. But I think it's crazy how much money he probably spent on that isn't his money. He's bilking his subscribers to pay for this pageantry so they can bring up my name and say a bunch of really inflammatory and not entirely true statements. And again, to Betterow's credit, he's probably taking his client at face value. But for instance, you know, this entire forgery thing is not true. I've never been involved with a federal case with Aiden Carney. I've never been found to engage in any sort of fraud or forgery in any part of my life. There's not one finding that supports that. What he's talking about is I did attempt to file a stupid copyright claim on him early when, you know, we first were kind of feuding. And I filed it I had used like a template, like somebody else's complaint, because I'm an idiot. I'm not a lawyer. And I didn't know to change the docket number, right? Because obviously the court assigns the docket number. So when I use that as a template, I left that intact, and I tried to file it with the federal court, and they rejected it because it had a docket number on there that they didn't assign, and that was really the extent of it. Otherwise, my YouTube channel would have been taken down, and I would have had some legal issues. Neither of those things happened. So, I mean, and it's not germane to anything with the case, but you can ask me anything about my involvement with his case.
I mean,
I can answer.
I get where you're at. I have to say, like, I respect how strong you are, Kate, honestly. I respect a lot of the work you do. Like JFK says, you are a fucking assassin on those videos and the editing and the time that you put in.
I don't even know what videos he's talking about.
And I've been in your position with this dude, obviously, in a certain respect. And I've reacted. And so, but I wonder about you. Like, I go back to like when you left that voicemail for him, when you said it was fucking me. It's me. You know, I put you in jail. Do you ever question yourself and say, like, am I going too far? Am I becoming him too much to get him?
Yeah, I was drinking. And I, like, if you listen to the message, I'm clearly mocking him, right? I start off by saying, hey, it's crusty panties. I don't call myself that. I don't sexually harass myself, right? And the entire, I guess, and, you know, the onus of that, what began that was the day that he had screamed at Peggy O'Keefe in front of the courthouse and called her a disgrace and degraded that entire family, and, you know, was blaming Lindsay for this and that. Lindsay was upset, and I'm like, no, you know what? Just fucking blame me. That was the point of that message. Just go ahead.
See, that's a context I didn't think of.
That it's me. Fine, it's me.
All right. So there's a couple of other things that, let me see if I can find them. I don't want to waste too much time with this, but there are a few things I want you to hear. Let's see if I can find it.
Turtle Boy, I call a cult. We see this even with Scientology. A lot of times, the ex-cult members end up creating a new cult. Do you get worried about that? That's one of the things the anti-Karen Reed people come at me. They want me to become anti-Karen Reed, and I say, how do you know I'm not going to join a new cult if I do that? And I just, you know, I'm saying it facetiously, but there is an angle. People do call you almost like a Turtle Boy cult yourself. What do you think about that? And do you think about that? Like, am I becoming this guy too much? Because I worry about that. I worry.
Can I just interject something here? I have to interject. This is to me, this is just beyond absurd, right? Like, what makes me a member of our community is my deep care and desire to see justice for Boston Police Officer John O'Keefe. I don't care about Turtle Boy. I will support him because what they're doing to him is disgusting, right? But if I believed the way that I do now that Karen was guilty, then I would probably be on the anti-Karen Reed team, right? My point is, it's not something that, like, I'm just, oh, today should I wear my red t-shirt? Oh, tomorrow I'll wear my blue team shirt. You know, the way he's talking, you know, do you see what I'm saying? You see why I'm having such a hard time with this? Like, who gives a shit? You can call whatever. You can call it whatever. You want to call it pro Karen Reed? You know, call us whatever you want. But at the end of the day, what makes me a member of this community is really one thing. I have a deep, deep sense of responsibility and obligation to stop the outrageous injustice that is happening in Norfolk County. That's it. And no matter how much I do or don't like Aiden Carney, that isn't going to change my opinion. Who gives a shit what he's doing? Who cares? If I hate somebody so much that I am prone to change my belief about whether Karen Reed is innocent or guilty, something is wrong. Like, something is wrong. Maybe my beliefs weren't very solid to begin with. Maybe I've lost touch with the reason why I was a member of that community to begin with. That's it. That's why we're all here. Like, what brought us together is a shared desire to see justice in the most outrageous, disgusting injustice, where a woman was being framed for a murder she frankly didn't commit by a community, by the man, by the prosecution, by the DA's office, with an endless budget. Michael Morrissey's like, hey guys, writing the state, I need another couple million for this trial. Thanks. Smiley face. I mean, is this? And so that leads me to this.
I didn't ask for money. He just offered it. So I took it. And so he, because that's how he has to build up an audience, by paying for it. And so how could you give me advice if everything I'm charged with happened in a 6-month period, April to October of 2023, in which I had never spoken to you before? How could you have told me to scale it back? Explain that one to me, because I'm charged with things from April to October of 2023. That's the
April
case.
to October.
I didn't know you then. So how could you have told me to scale it back? How are any of my problems the result of me not listening to your advice, which you never gave to me?
And
by
just
the way?
note, I tried to find the feed for this without Aiden in it, but I just couldn't find it. I don't know where the hell it is. I went through LTL. He had a post. I couldn't find this. I could not find this segment. I don't know if it wasn't there. So if somebody knows where to direct me to find the original feed, I would love to know where it is or how to get to it, but I could not find it.
I think he just wants to go out with both guns blazing, because I think it's just part of who he is now. Like, he's got to go to the full extent. He can't pull back because it's going to make him look weak. And I think it's just going to ultimately get him in a lot of trouble. You don't think that?
Yeah. It's like, I don't pull back because it makes me look weak. Yes, I'm not like you.
So, and the reason why I'm showing you this is because this really made me very, very anxious, very nervous. Like, these were people who, when I first learned about Aiden, I don't know however long ago that was now, a couple of years ago, maybe. These were like that was, they were all kind of, I thought, friends. All these people, I thought they were in the same camp, right? People that supported Karen Reed. Just keep listening.
Because I actually believe in something. I don't plea. I don't bow to the state. I don't give in to corruption. I don't offer to stop saying things because a corrupt government has told me to. You do. That's why you're BLT, because you are not a threat to the state.
And to be fair to Aiden, I wasn't able to find what I wanted to show you that happened right before what he's saying here. But it's them talking like Aiden should go to jail. That's the way it sounded. It was appalling. Now, I don't know where that's coming from. I have to assume it's coming from a place of a lack of understanding about what he's being charged for or with or why. But to hear these guys, I don't know what Aiden did to them. Obviously he did something and they don't like it. I get it. But how strong were your beliefs if now you don't like Aiden, so now he's guilty of intimidating Jennifer McCabe? Are we serious? Is this a joke?
You don't say anything that they're concerned about. You never have. You never will. You're what they want me to be. You're
right
what
about
the
that.
corrupt government wants me to be. They want me to be you. They want everyone to be you. Because if everything was you.
Because what he was saying right before what Aiden's saying here is that he told Turtle Boy to scale it back. Maybe you should scale it back. Maybe you should lay low for a while so that you get off the radar screen of the government. Now, I understand that. I get it. But it does kind of, right? It does imply that you believe he's guilty of something if you're saying that Aiden should scale it back. Right? He should shut up, is what they're arguing here.
BLT. If all of us were like you, there would be no free Karen Read movement. There would be no people outside. There would not be $1.1 million raised. There would not be gigantic awareness of this. They want me to be you. They don't want you to go and find the plow driver and do all this stuff. They don't want any of that.
And that's the other thing, and I want to give credit where it's due. It may be true that 86% of us, roughly, did not hear about this story through Aiden, but he broke a lot of the facts around the case. Like, he went and found Lucky, right? Steve Scanlon. Like, he was so on top of this with that Canton corruption series in the beginning. That's how he got all the information, a lot of which Karen would go on to use in her trial. Like, it was Microdots and their video of the waterfall that Karen's team didn't even know about. Chris Albert grabbing Brian Higgins and like pulling him aside. Like, do you know what I'm saying? What do you mean that Aiden did something? Like, the way they're talking is like he actually tried to intimidate witnesses not to testify. Have you lost your fucking mind? I'm sorry. This is that, like I said, I don't care about the drama. There's one reason and one reason only why we are here in my mind, and it is to see justice for people who are responsible for a death and then who tried to frame somebody else for that death actively, still to this day. And I am so convicted in that belief that there's no shaking. There's no like, maybe we're all just wrong and stupid. Maybe Peter has a point. What? Like, does everybody know what projection means? Projection is something that if you don't have a lot of self-awareness, what happens is, this happens with people who are very narcissistic, truly not selfish, but actually diagnosable narcissists. There's no sense of self-awareness or no accurate reflection on who somebody is, or an unwillingness to look at it anyway. And so what they do is they see themselves in other people, and it'll make you feel crazy because they'll be pointing out what they're doing and they'll say that you're doing it. And you're like, have you lost it? Like, because it's so clearly not anything that you've ever said or done, but it is so clearly what they're doing, even in the moment. Right? So that's what projection is. It means that there's something going on with us and we can't see it in ourselves. So what happens is we see it in everybody else around us. I kind of have to believe that there might be some of that going on, because some of what these guys are saying, I'm having a hard time understanding where they're coming from. Like, is your hatred for Aiden that strong that you can't like see the rest of reality clearly? And what have you been doing all these years? I mean, didn't you guys go through the evidence of like all of us are still doing and have done every day for the last 2 years? I mean, was it yesterday or the day before? Boozy, she's going through all this stuff from the FOIA docs, pulling out new evidence, right? Every single day. That's what, I have 2 group group text threads. That's all we talk about. It's this case and evidence all day, emails all day, evidence.
That they want me to be you. They don't want people asking these people questions about why they Googled things. They don't want that. They want you. That's what they want. And that's why I'm in trouble and you're not.
And I'm going to show you in just a minute. I want to play a couple more of their comments. I don't know why I left this in. I was trying to get rid of Aiden. Not that, I'm nothing against him. I just was trying to get to their comments. But I also want to play some clips from the rolling rally, because that's the big claim, right? Oh, the rolling rally that the police, that everybody was aware of was going to take place, and that the McAlberts, none of whom apparently were there, because they knew it was coming. Everybody knew it was coming.
I don't bow to tyrants. I stand up for my rights and for everyone's rights. For Karen Reed's rights, for John O'Keefe's rights.
And do we understand, what's at stake? I mean, I hate to, right? Call a spade or shout out the elephant in the room, but you realize that these are people where the evidence in the case points directly away from Karen Reed. It has been proven scientifically that Karen Reed and her Lexus did not cause the death of John O'Keefe, that it was not physically a possibility. And if that is not physically possible, Karen Reed's not even there when John O'Keefe loses his life. So, right? What are we talking about? What world does Aiden Carney belong in prison for trying to expose two police officers, not just two? I was thinking about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins specifically. It's essentially a whole arsenal of police corruption in the DA's office. I mean, it's an up and down arsenal of corruption in Massachusetts. And you don't see that the people that are the corrupt people want to put him in prison to shut all of us down, not just him, but all of us. That's why they're going after Aiden, because they figure, if we cut off the head of the snake, then everybody else is going to go away too. What the fuck? This pissed me off. These people need to be investigated properly. So instead of wasting our time pointing out how we don't like Turtle Boy, can we get back to proving who fucking killed John O'Keefe instead? Who gives a shit about Aiden? It just pisses me. It just makes me so angry.
For all of our collective First Amendment rights, that's what I do. You don't do that. And that's why they don't know who you are, nor do they care.
They're not clipping those shows when he's calling, even just in the civil suit, when he's calling the attorney for the McCabe's and McAlberts, that he's saying, oh, this guy's gay and stuff like that. You don't think that they're not clipping that and they're gonna play it? Mike and I played some of the Alex Jones stuff last night.
You would be a good dog. You're a good dog, BLT. They like you. The government likes you. The corrupt government likes you. And you're now saying things that they like Turtle Boy is inflammatory. Turtle Boy shouldn't have said those things. That's right. You're a good dog, Brian. You're doing what they want you to do. So you got that going for you. Go on.
And all his shit up, JFK.
Oh, yeah?
His website up, the video clips of him talking shit. I mean, it's going to be the same thing in that civil trial. And you don't think that they're not going to do that in the fucking criminal trial? You're crazy. Mm-hmm. You're absolutely crazy. They're going to have 1,000 exhibits up there, and they're going to pull everything up and go, did you say this? Did you say that? Did you do this? Let's go to that video on the lacrosse field or the soccer field. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that. Let's talk about live, right? That's your thing. Yeah, let's talk about that.
So the lacrosse field, you guys have seen it. That's the one where he's in the stands and he approaches Matt McCabe, and Matt is actually kind of being a little threatening to Aiden, right? Because Matt is bigger than Turtle Boy. So he kind of, like side eyes him. He's, close to him on purpose. That's what he's talking about. So according to what BLT is saying here, we could all go to prison for approaching somebody at a sporting event because that person doesn't like the questions that we're asking. Mind you, that person, at the time that he went there, I believe it was just after learning about the 222 Google search. 227, sorry. 227, right? 227. 227, 222. Why am I blanking on which of those two? I don't know why those numbers are all conflated now, but the Google search. Which happened? Of course it happened. Of course she's lying about it. Come on. Anyway. Do we realize, though, like, that's what's at stake? Like, you can't walk up to somebody who's you very, very much in your soul, to your core, believe is responsible or at least involved in some kind of conspiracy to cover the murder of a police officer and frame an innocent woman. You can't, as a reporter, because remember, this is important, Aiden was already a reporter. That's what he was doing before all of this, and nobody was more aware of that than the McAlberts, right? We know that for a fact because of John O'Keefe, ironically.
Honest opinion, at that lacrosse game, do you think he intimidated witnesses?
And so the answer is no.
I don't think it's a good look.
Oh, it's not.
I mean, I don't think it's a good look.
But is it illegal?
Do you think question? Do you think?
I don't think it's a good look.
Okay, I'll take that in.
I don't think it's a good look. So according to these guys, you can't go to the sporting event. You know what I'm talking? Has everybody seen what I'm talking about? We're not even talking about the rolling rally. We're talking about walking up to somebody at a sporting event, not with a weapon, video recording the whole thing to make sure that it's being documented. You kidding? Is this a fucking joke?
You know what's not a good look? Googling how long to die in cold at 227 and then deleting it.
Thank you, Aiden.
That's not a good look. And then going out in public and acting like you've done nothing wrong. And then going to a judge and asking them, is there anything you can do to get him to stop blogging about me?
That's right.
Good luck.
And that's what they did. They not only to the judge, they went to the district attorney, who almost instantly was trying to even get the feds to charge him with witness intimidation. And they were like, sorry, buddy, we don't see this the way you do. They're not interested.
What about the Roland rally?
Right, they weren't, Michael Morrissey was not interested in learning about, hey, geez, was Michael Proctor, did he have relationships that were inappropriate with anybody in the Albert family? Wasn't interested in learning about that, as we know, because he didn't even investigate that until March of 2024, 1 month before jury selection. But a year before, he was ecstatic about putting Aiden Carney in prison for witness intimidation because the House defendants didn't like that he was asking them questions and writing blogs about them. That's what happened. Because all of a sudden, after a year of not having to worry about this anymore, something changed, right? All of a sudden, their names were everywhere, and they did not like that. But let me remind you, a car did not hit John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. 7,000-pound vehicle traveling at, what was it, 24 miles per hour, according to the Commonwealth. Can't even keep it straight because it changes, right? Changes mid-trial, changes after the trial, changes for the second trial. So I can't even keep it straight. All I know is, according to the Commonwealth, Karen Reed gunned her vehicle on purpose, mind you, in reverse at 25 miles per hour, 24 miles per hour. We've all seen the tests with, Randy that proved at a minimum there would be a shattered elbow, a shattered arm. And by the way, even if he had been hit by the car, there would not be taillight marks on the arm. I still have not heard anybody explain to me how the marks got on his arm if he was hit by the car and that's what caused him to fall backwards. How did he get the marks if the taillight simultaneously broke because he was hit by the taillight, by the car? Nobody has an answer for that because, it's not physically possible. Just
think that was an intimidation thing, or you think that people should do that? Was you involved in that roller rally?
No, hell no. I just don't think it was a good look. I wouldn't go to it.
Hell no. Of course you weren't, because you didn't know what Karen Reed was then. We weren't talking in July of 2025. Hell no, I didn't do that. Oh, the people who went.
All right, we're going to pause this because there's just more of this. But the idea is, and we're going to come back to this in a minute. I want to hear from you guys. We have a lot to do, and I definitely do not want to forget about the Gretchen Voss article. But I want to be very clear here that, it sounded like, and then Mike Crawford joins this conversation too. And the three of them are just obviously hate Turtle Boy. The whole thing is about hating Turtle Boy and everything related to him. The Glarer, they spent a lot of time hating the Glarer. And I have no opinion about whether they like or don't like Aiden. But are you saying that he was trying to stop the McAlberts from testifying? Are you actually insinuating that that's something he should be in prison for? I'm confused. Help me understand, please. So let me just move this forward. Hold on. And we're going to take a look at the rolling rally because I want everybody to understand what we're talking about, right? Like, remember whose houses they were going to, right? Remember Michael Proctor? Yeah, he's on the list. Brian Albert, police officer for the Boston Police, whose home John O'Keefe was found on the lawn of. Here.
Considering how much you think Karen Reed is innocent.
Yeah.
Do you think you can,
this is Randall, by the way. This is Randall
Do you
stirring
think he's
up drama.
guilty of a crime?
This is what he does here. He knows what he's doing. He's the only smart one here. He's trying to get BLT to be like, he deserves to go to jail. He wants that. He wants that viral moment to happen on his stream.
Witness intimidation in Massachusetts occurs when someone attempts to interfere with a witness's ability to provide truthful testimony or cooperate in a legal matter. This could mean anything from threatening a witness, pressuring them to stay silent, or influencing them to change their story. It's important to understand that witness intimidation can happen before, during, or after a court case, and it doesn't have to involve physical violence. The key factor in these cases is intent. The key factor in these cases is intent.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure everybody sees that before we proceed. If the key factor is intent, then everybody understands that he did not intend to stop them from testifying. It's silly. It's absolutely absurd. Was he a pain in the ass? Oh, yeah, for sure. But in his soul, because he was getting information from legal documents from Karen Reed's attorneys and the defense directly that factually stated that these things happened. Because he was going and he was speaking to the people that were directly involved. He was talking to Lucky. And Lucky's like, yeah, there was a Ford Edge, and no police officer gave a shit about there being a Ford Edge. Just so happened in front of the Albert home, right by the flagpole, the very night that John O'Keefe is found 2 hours later, dead on the front lawn. Oh, what a coincidence. What are we talking about? So if you are even thinking, oh, yeah, maybe I'll go be an anti-Karen Reed person, I guess that means that you never really believed from the start that she didn't do it. Right? Makes me very angry. Very, very angry. At Jane Manson's 8900 sends 440 gems and says, Uncle Ert, thank you so much. Jane Manson's 8900. At Sally Shy, hi Sally Shy, sends a Sunday for 100 gems. Thank you, Sally. At Phil Gallagher, hi Phil Gallagher, sends £2. Yep, it's 20 past midnight here in the UK. That's what I thought. It's very, very late. It's going to be very late for you, Phil, but I love having our folks from abroad with us. It's so much fun. It's my favorite thing. I love it when we're all together from all over the world. It's just cool to be able to say we're together from all over the world. Thanks for being here, Phil. At Stephanie Patterson 5293 sends $9.99. I've watched you for a while. Tonight I became a member. Oh, yay. Thanks so much, Stephanie. You're my go-to for your analysis, and it brings the confusion together. Thank you. Well, I so appreciate you. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And I feel very blessed to have you here with all of us. At Butterfly Ear 60 sends 500 gems and a watermelon. And look at this beautiful puppy. Oh my God. What kind of dog is that? That looks like a Chihuahua. That looks like my dog. It looks like a deer head, long hair Chihuahua. I think that's what that is. Very, very cute. If you're a Chihuahua owner, I swear, it's like they're so small and such a huge pain in the ass. I love my dog more than anything, but man, she is the biggest pain in the ass that could ever be in 5 pounds, for sure. For sure. At Jane Manson's 8900 sends 440 gems and an uncler. Thank you so much, Jane Manson. At Leak G sends $4.99. Hi, Sam. Question: how to differentiate saying like as a filler versus deception? Because we all use those words, especially when we're nervous. You are the best. So the first thing I would say, and this is so important, as I was saying a little bit earlier, always remember the context, because the context is going to be an enormous part of what we have to factor in. If I'm seated, like I had a friend, we were at lunch and she watches me sometimes, and she was saying that she feels self-conscious around me when we're talking, having lunch, because she worries that I'm like analyzing whether she's lying. And I thought that was hilarious because I never think about it. It like does not pop into my head at all. Sometimes with clients, things like that will pop in, but for a different reason, because it's clinical. Like my job is to help them. And so if I think they're being dishonest, then it's part of how to help them get better, right? But it's not something I'm like evaluating with my friends. And in part because I know that, we're loose, like you were just saying. We can just, I'm not going to think twice about using the word like if I'm just having lunch with a friend. So part of what makes it a differentiator. Well, the first thing I would say is, I don't know if you saw when I was on with Emily C, and we did a little bit of an analysis. I think it was Matt McCabe we were watching. And if you watch start to finish, remember that like one of the things that I have found is when I am watching trial footage, it is always the most helpful to watch the prosecutor, because that's where you're going to get all the softball questions, and that's where you're going to get what somebody looks like when they're being honest. Because it's like, you know, what's your address? Oh, my address is, you know, what did you guys do earlier in the night? So they're going to get the low stress questions. And when you start to see how somebody responds during the low stress questions, then once you've got a really solid kind of overall picture of how that person's responding during those early questions, you kind of get the whole picture in your head. And then the first thing I do, and everybody's probably different, but the first thing I do is I look for discrepancies from that. So if you're, it's almost like, it reminds me of like a Where's Waldo book where, you know, you have to get the lay of the land first. And then, okay, once I know what the general picture is, then I can know what to look for that's different. And that's what we're doing. So it all depends on who the person is. All depends on like that person's very specific speech pattern. Now, in the case of Julie Albert, it's a little bit different because, first of all, she's not new to us. So Julie's not new to us. We have a lot of back information about her. So let me just say it this way. If I had never seen Julie Albert before, and then I got this video and was asked, do you think this woman is being honest or not? It would have been a much more difficult exercise to suss all of that out, because I don't have the background information that we already have about Julie. So I think that's probably an important thing to mention also. We know who she is. We got all that information from Courtney. We know who Michael Proctor is. We know who Chris Albert is. We know who Colin Albert is. We know who these people are. That is a hugely helpful fact when we're trying to suss out if she's being honest or not. And because we have some of the, not the structural linguistics, but the actual facts of the case, we know right away that they're being honest or not. Does that make sense? So then I can work backwards. So let me say that differently. Because I know we had heard from Courtney Proctor that, okay, Julie was approximately a nanny for 9 years, 2 to 3 days a week for Julie. Okay, so we know that we can be, that's a pretty safe, probably a low ball estimate actually from Courtney. But if Courtney is telling us that, we know she doesn't really want to tell us that. That's not helpful to her or her brother. So she's giving that up. She also gave up, by the way, that Colin is the way she became friends with Julie. So now we have those details, and now we can take that and we can go back. And then we see, wait a minute, Julie is not telling us that. And at the same time, there's all these indicators that are common to everybody. So for example, if you're watching a trial and a witness that is testifying starts saying honestly, that should be a big red flag, like right away. Or if you're watching an interrogation, like a police interrogation, and you're hearing, well, I remember that we had this conversation, and then Jane said, oh, you should go do this. And then I said, well, go do, that's a red flag. So it's more like you have to get to know what red flags are. And if you have facts about a case, then you can use that to inform how to decide when somebody's being dishonest. And then when you see it and you know that they're being dishonest, then you take those deception indicators and you plug them in at different other times in what they're saying. Does that make sense? So the short answer is you got to find a way to get to know the person who's doing the speaking. You know, we We call that a baseline, but you got to get a baseline. You got to get a sense for who the speaker is and how they talk. And if they're giving you factual information and using the word like, then you know it's, you know, a pattern of speech that they use to fill sentences. If they're saying something that sounds, you know, like they're beating around the bush or being very, what's the word I'm looking for? You know, hedging, like if every time, if somebody's talking to you and they start saying, I think, I believe, I'm not sure, throwing in all of these ways to try to not take commitment, not be certain about what they're telling you, those are really like high level indicators. So you kind of have to just get to know who the person is. Julie's is outrageous. Julie's is the most outrageous thing I think I've ever seen. It's wild. It's so extreme though that it's like way extreme. Every sentence. I'll show you. So when I go through the entire the next video on her, you're going to see we're going to go through basically every line by line, and you'll be able to see much more clearly, I think, the answer to that question. What makes, for another thing is like if people are using tactics. So if I ask you a question and you say, instead of answering, you immediately ask me a question back, or you repeat what I asked you back, that's an indicator. So then you're like, oh, that's weird. Or if I ask you a question and you answer a different question that is not related or is a definitely distinctly different question from the one I asked, that's a big like, wait, what just happened? Or if I ask you a question and then you give me like 10 years worth of information that I didn't ask for, that's another. So those are also very significant in this example, in Julie's case, right? Because you always have to remember to go back to the question. That, I will tell you, that might be the most important. When I was doing the Innocent series, remembering to always go back to the question was the biggest, most helpful way, like gauge to determine whether somebody was being fundamentally dishonest or not right away. So people that are being honest, and another thing I'll say about this, and then I'll shut up. When people are being honest, if you go back and you watch what honest looks like Karina Kolakithis, she's very honest in her testimony. It's a quick interaction. People, you know, they stop, they think about the question, and then they give you an answer. You're just not going to see that same effort to get around questions. You're not going to see them bring in completely irrelevant information. They just want to give you what you're asking for and then get the hell out of there, right? So I think those are probably the biggest indicators for me is right away, is the person answering the question I asked, or are they doing something else? If they're doing anything else besides giving you a direct answer, yes, no, and one sentence, something's up. That's basically the general rule. It's yes, no, and then a sentence or two max. Anything else, you should be going, wait, what just happened? And so you could see how quickly that unravels with Ms. Julie. At B33R Man1 sends 10 gens and says, happy poop. I wish I could see the happy poop. I'm assuming that's the happy poop emoji. At Jane Manson, 8900 sends 400 gems and an eagle. I wish I got to see the emojis. Liz Rose sends 1,000 gems and the goat trophy. Thank you, Miss Liz. Hello, Twigs, the Gemini. Unfortunately, if you look at witness intimidation, TV did that. we condone it because we agree with his stance. I understand people won't like the statement. Well, but the thing is, and here's the thing, right? At the end of the day, it depends on how they are able or not to speak to his intention, right? So I think that's what's going to ultimately wind up being the determining factor, and how well they're able to make the case at the end of the day, during the trial, that what he was doing was petitioning, that there was a legitimate reason to be there, that any normal person might believe what he believed, and that his intent to stop them from testifying. I think those are probably the things that ultimately the jury is going to have to be stuck with. But that's really important, right? Like the intention part, we have to also be honest about. You don't have to like him, and you might not like his behavior. You might not like the fact that he was, saying horrible things. I don't know how you want to frame it. But if we look at his intent, I mean, here's another way I'll say it, Twigs. If the Commonwealth has to misrepresent reality in order to get the indictment, then that makes me question the validity of their case. If you couldn't bring the actual title of the video and show them the video and say, hey, is this witness intimidation? If they had done that, and then they got that same, heads up from the grand jury, then I might feel differently about it too. The other thing that I think we have to remember is that, and I'm going to show this too, the people that brought the case are the very same people that he was petitioning about, right? So he's petitioning about Michael Morrissey's office, trying to get them to investigate the death of John O'Keefe. And then that's who, those same police officers, that same district attorney is who turned around and wanted to arrest him. So it really looks like the reason why they are trying to arrest him is to shut him up, because he's petitioning with a megaphone about them and their police officers, Michael Proctor. So I think that's also all part of it and part of the problem. But, again, whether you like them or you don't like them, and I don't know that I'm condoning it. What I'm saying is it's protected. He's a journalist. Can he go to a sporting event and ask questions? I mean, if he can't do that, that's a problem. It's a problem for all of us. That would be those would be my arguments against, witness intimidation. Because, like I said, I think all of us know that he wasn't intending to stop them from going to trial to testify against Karen. He was trying, and what he thought was to get them to admit to something that they had done wrong. At Just Jill 01 sends 550 gems and says, stay hydrated. I wish I got to see the stay hydrated emoji. At Pia23 me sends 440 gems and an uncle alert. At Sally Shy D5Q sends 10 gems and a thumbs up. At Butterfly Ears 60 sends $5. Samantha, I learned about Karen Reed from you. You did. That's so exciting. I watched your episode, been hooked on you since. Oh, thank you so much. That's amazing. I feel so honored to be the person that introduced you to the Karen Reed case. That's such an honor. Because it is. It's such a behemoth of a case, right? And we talk about this all the time, just amongst us, just other content creators, about how much evidence is here, how it's just like the never ending story. And now with all the FOIA stuff, there's probably 50% of the FOIA stuff I haven't even seen. Like, I didn't go through any of the canine stuff. Like, the most recent FOIA, I just haven't had a chance to go through it all because we've been looking at all this other stuff. So, and now there's all these trials coming up. It's very difficult to do it all. You could make your whole life just Karen Reed right now, even today. It's crazy. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yay! Welcome at Susan McCollins, 88, became a new member. Welcome, welcome, Susan. Susan? Suzanne? Susan. At Jane Manson sends 200 gems and the flow state. I love the flow state. At Becksturtle. Becksturl V. How do I say that? Becksturl V became a YouTube member. Oh, welcome. Look at that beautiful puppy. What a beautiful picture. At My Paper Addiction is a member for 10 months. Samantha, I'm consistently inspired by your passion getting to the truth. Your analysis is really insightful. I learned so much from you. Love you. Oh, thank you. You guys are amazing. Well, that, hopefully we're doing something good. That's what I'm trying to do. That's be with you guys and learn something myself. At Kathy Ray 8574 sends 1,000 gems and a gold trophy. At Pia 23andMe sends 350 gems and a finger heart. At Lonnie Wright B2F sends $4.99. I honestly thought it was a thank you gift, not a gift, because he was working so hard. I honestly thought it was a thank you gift, not a gift, because he was working so hard. It was a thank you gift. Yes, no, it was a thank you gift. It was a thank you gift. It was a thank you gift. Oh, and guess what? I have to go back and double check this, but my first round assessment was that she gave him something. She didn't just talk about giving him something, that she actually appears to have given him something based on her language. That's the way it looks. Now, remember, importantly, there's a year and a half. Is it about a year and a half till April of 2023? Those people think they have gotten away with it. Like, nobody is looking at them, right? Nobody knows the name Brian Albert. It's like all hush hush. All is well in Canton in the world of the McAlberts. So it's not until April 2023. So for that whole time, they're operating as usual. Courtney's talking to Julie 70 times on the phone. They're obviously spending a tremendous amount of time together. And based on her statement alone, it appears like she actually did give him a gift of some kind. I don't know what it was. It's crazy. So here's what I'm going to do. This is my plan. My plan is to go through, do the full analysis. And then once I know what her absolute bottom line deception indicators are, which I think I know, but I want to double check. And the way you double check is you go back through and you look for every time that person says that thing. So for Brian Albert, it's the word so at the beginning of the statement. If you go through his testimony, and anytime you see Brian Albert start a sentence with the word so, there's deception. And it checks out the whole way through. It's crazy. It's crazy. So we have them. We all have them. I have no idea what mine is because I don't have a chance to analyze myself or be in testifying or in these like high pressure situations. But we all have them. Ways that we might lie or be deceptive. Maybe lying isn't always the right word, but like, for example, if you're telling like a little white lie, next time you have to do that, or you're in a situation where you do that, take note. What are you saying? How are you saying it? Those would be things to help guide you around your own indicators. But that's what we're looking for here. We're looking for the indicators so that we can go back through And then we'll know anytime she's being deceptive going forward. So then we can go back into the into her actual testimony and check it all the way through. At Sacred Justice 499, honestly, I hope if I ever get murdered that I'll have as much entertaining content as this case. Bless Joe. That is awesome. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. And I heard Kate Peter wanting to use she said, I prefer not to think of myself as an anti-Karen Reed person, but as something about John O'Keefe person. And I was like, that doesn't really work, though, does it? I don't know how you could be calling yourself somebody who's looking for justice for John O'Keefe and then just systematically ignore all of the evidence in the case. Because the only evidence, let's really look at this, just seriously, the evidence that they point to, there's two big things that they point to. Okay, two big things. One is the telematics, key cycle 1162, right? 11642, right? 11642 or 1162. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm having a problem with numbers tonight for some reason, but they have the whole the key cycle and the clock drift and all that. And then the other is taillight. And I heard the girls over there on the other side doing like this whole taillight presentation. What a disaster that was. And one of the things that they just don't want to talk about, is that they're trying to make the argument that, well, everybody says that, well, the taillight was found somewhere different than where John's body was. So that's why there was no taillight when they found John. That's why the Canton Police Department didn't find taillight, because the taillight was somewhere else. It was in the street where the CERT team was looking. The only problem with that is when Michael Proctor testifies and he tells us where the taillight was, it's exactly in the same spot where John O'Keefe's body was, right in front of the flagpole on the lawn. So it doesn't quite work to say, right? And remember, they made a colossal mistake trying to make sure to get Karen on the charges. They must have taken his t-shirt and like rubbed taillight pieces in it. Like, they're just such morons. Can't you see them doing that? They're like, I know, let's break up the taillight into little tiny pieces and then we'll throw John's shirt in it. Oh, they're just so stupid that they don't realize, like, oh, well, all of this is going to help suss out the fact that this is not physically possible. There's no taillight in John O'Keefe's shirt. It's not possible. It couldn't have happened. There's no way for that to have happened, because the taillight was going to fly past John. John would have gotten hit, right? We saw it. John would have gotten hit and would have been hit and down, and the taillight keeps going because the car is moving at a high rate of speed and it is very heavy. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just craziness. It's so crazy. So they have the taillight, which is ridiculous. It couldn't have happened. It's not possible. Not to mention the taillight pieces that they didn't take pictures of on purpose so that we wouldn't be able to prove that it wasn't her taillight, appears to maybe have not been from her taillight. For a very long time, I was of the mind that they actually used pieces from her taillight, and that's why Michael Proctor fudging the time was so important, But when you look at those taillight pieces, they don't line up with the actual reconstructed taillight. So it's very possible that they were just 3 random pieces of taillight from God knows where. Maybe somebody on the police force took one for the team and just like banged out their own taillight. God only knows. I wouldn't put it past any of these guys to have done exactly that. Because that's the kind of guys they are, for sure. So they have the taillight, then they have the telematics. The problem with the telematics is the key cycle couldn't have been Karen Reed. Could not have been Karen Reed, who was operating the vehicle at the key cycle that they are suggesting that very backing maneuver happened on. Couldn't have had the car. Just simple math. Just working the equation backwards. Karen could not have been driving the car because the car had to be turned on however many times before that key cycle that they're saying she was responsible for. It's just so it's just like fundamentally absurd. You know what I'm saying? So the 2 big like smoking gun pieces of evidence that the Commonwealth claims and that all these anti-Karen Reed people are so convinced about are very, very, very easy to just debunk. On the other side, there is such an enormous, there's a huge pile of evidence that points at the people in the house. Huge, starting even if you only took their testimony. Like, for example, this interview that Julie Albert is giving. Now, that's circumstantial evidence. I get it. We don't like that because it's not taillight. But you can see what would possess somebody to lie with abandon the way she is to these police officers if it wasn't something to do with the case. I just, it's crazy. It's just crazy. At Gina Campbell, 8966 sends 350 gems. Gina, did you change your picture? I feel like you changed your picture. I think you did. I think you changed your picture. Beautiful new picture, though. At Your Dad's Favorite Mom sends 499. Julie calling the investigators back because she had an epiphany is exactly the same as Jen with the feds. How can people still believe them? I don't know how anybody believes them. I don't actually think anybody does, but I guess anything is possible. Well, we're going to read the Gretchen Voss latest piece in the Boston Magazine. I guess she'll enlighten us about that. But here's what I think. The overwhelming majority of people who I have spoken to who believe that Karen did it just are not at all familiar with the evidence. It's really that simple. Like, they're not familiar with the evidence. So they have not done the extensive work that we have. Just haven't. They don't know the evidence the way that we do. They're just looking at a very like high level. And I think, you know what, I'm going to be completely honest, and it's hard for me to say this because I don't like to say mean things about Karen Reed. But I think people just don't like her. That's what I think. I think the average person who doesn't know anything about this case sees her, hears her, and thinks, I don't like her. For whatever reason. I don't know exactly what it might be. Different things for different people. She has resting bitch face. I don't know what it is. But I think that's a big part of why people who are like really on the periphery of the case have no skin in the game and are first looking at this, start out assuming she did it. Like, that's the default setting, is she must have done it. She got drunk. Oh yeah, she probably hit him. It was probably an accident. I think that's like the default. Then you have to really dive in. Like, you have to start digging in to get past that. And a lot of people just don't. They really don't. Now, the other thing So there's that camp, the people that just don't like Karen, or they think they get some bad, vibe. I don't know. They just don't like her face, the way she looks. There's that. But then there's what happens when we get close to people. This is why you can get yourself into big trouble when you start getting close to people. So, for example, if I was friendly with Karen or friendly with Jen McCabe, doesn't matter which in this example, obviously, if this person is my friend or I like them because we hung out, just going into his pizza shop was tough for me, because as soon as I walked in, he had sports radio playing. It's pizza, which is like my favorite thing in the world. I grew up with sports radio. He had WEEI playing on a little old radio, like the old radios, like, which I used to have. Like, I walk in and there's a familiarity about that environment. And I immediately am like, oh, I know who this guy is. Like, you get a vibe right away. He's likable. And when you like somebody, it makes it very difficult to say mean things about them or to say things that they wouldn't like. And that's why getting too close to these guys on either side can really start to change your beliefs completely, because now I'm personally involved, invested, and I have a completely different perspective. So, and Gretchen Voss is a really good example, and that's what we're about to take a look at now. Yes, absolutely. At Liz Rose 1413. I know that 1413, Liz, sends $4.99. I honestly can believe you hit 67. Aw, they sure split their genes 50-50 with Colin, huh? Dumb and dangerous. Colin did it. You, Sam. Justice for John. Love you, Sam. Justice for John. Thanks, Liz. Well, first, thank you so much for saying that. You're very, very kind. Yeah, right? I mean, yeah. And you know what I would also say? Yeah, no, you're right about the genes with Colin. Yeah. Because Chris, like, they both have kind of like a they're nice people. Like, I don't think these are bad people. Like, they generally are just kind of like nice. They are what you see, Chris and Julie. But Chris definitely has an anger problem. Not a problem, not like he's raging out all the time, but you could see that if you made Chris mad, he could get very, very angry. So you could see where the apples, right, are falling when it comes to Colin. That I'm sure when Chris was a young lad, you get some alcohol in him, that he could easily get into fights in the same way that Colin can and has and would. And I am, Liz, having a hell of a time not believing that Colin was directly involved. And it's what's really pissing me off more than anything else is that nobody ever looked at him. That Michael Proctor, because that piece of garbage human being was the lead investigator into this case, he did everything he could to write Colin, number one, out of the house. He really thought that he had gotten away with it too. They really thought they got away with it, writing Colin out of the house. And then they never looked at him at all. I mean, they never looked at anybody. But actually, Michael Proctor made a deliberate, careful, and concerted effort to not investigate anything to do with Colin Albert on purpose. Because Colin is, to this very day, and was close to Courtney. I mean, we just cannot forget that. Like, if Michael and Courtney are like this, because apparently Courtney allegedly helped to raise Michael, and that's like, they're thick as thieves, then obviously Michael Proctor knows how she feels about Colin and is going to go to any length to help Colin on behalf of his sister, not the Alberts necessarily, not Julie and Chris, but Courtney. That's, I think, something new. I don't even think that was on my radar. I don't think I ever would have reasoned that out, that the real relationship with Colin is between Courtney and Colin directly, and that Julie's relationship with Courtney grew vis-a-vis that. That was like a whoa, that's a very different situation. And Chris slips up and tells us pretty well, he stops himself from saying it, but he makes it clear, at least to me, that they're still close now. That it wasn't just when he was young. That they remain close today. Colin and Courtney. Which would not be a surprise, right? At Jane Manson's 8900 sends 200 gems and the sunshine emoji. Thank you so much, Jane. You're the best. You're amazing. Okay, let me get through some of these. Where'd you go, Jane? Here you are. At Amy XYZ419. I love it. Look at this cat. Sends $5. Random question. How does a police officer commit perjury? Amy, so many of them did, though. It's so many police officers, right? Because if we go back and we think about every police officer who testified in this case, you have an ATF agent who I guess is retired or retiring from the ATF and going back into the fire department now. Then you have another Boston police officer. I guess he had just retired, Brian Albert, at the time, by the time he testified. Right? So that's two right there. Then you have all the actual cops and Michael Proctor and Yuri Buchanan, both totally commit perjury. Absolutely. Multiple times. I mean, the one that stands out with Yuri, just off the top of my head right here, is not only the lead investigator one, because that's obvious, but is the one where he says, wait, I lost it for a second. What was I going to say? Yuri. Well, I mean, the inverted video is another one. There's probably a very long list if I think about it at all. But yeah, there's so many. I mean, there's so many. Even just Michael Proctor. Even just Michael Proctor. He's outright lying about the fact that he writes Colin out of the house, about the relationships that he didn't disclose, right? I mean, it's endless. It's exhausting, actually. It is. It's exhausting. I don't know, Amy. You know how? Yes, I do. The answer is because you have a DA who is running the very office that you work in. So the people that would be investigating you are the very people you work with and for. That's how. That's the answer. It's a great strategy. I mean, it's really crazy. At Dakota Co-Watch sends $1.99. LL, find out Denise called to hurt his biz unsub. LL. I immediately think LL. I think LL Cool J. LL. So that's like, I just heard the words LL Cool J is, sorry. LL, find out Denise called to hurt his biz unsub. I don't know what you are saying or what we're talking about exactly. So I don't know. I'll star you and we can come back to it. My brain is, I'm tired. That's what it is. Deco, I'm tired. I'm tired, and reading that, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Okay, at Mopey, Massachusetts sends $9.99. Sam, Mike is cognitively, emotionally, and morally in early childhood. Absolutely. Here's here for the marshmallow. Oh, yeah. Yes, he is. Yes. Oh, yeah. I mean, that is so true. So Mopey, Massachusetts is pointing out that Michael Proctor is like a walking toddler. I mean, he is. He's like a walking, I would agree with that without a doubt. He oozes that immaturity. He really, really does. It's very off-putting. It's also why I believe that it's extraordinarily unlikely that, Chris and Julie would be friends with Michael. I don't see anybody being friends with Michael Proctor, like, unless you are at his, his maturity level. I feel like Yuri is probably not a friend per se, but more like a mentor, even, right? Because they're not exactly like equal in my mind. I feel like Yuri has a bit. Wait, I said that, but I just like Yuri Buchanan better. I think that's probably what it comes down to. If I'm being like real, I think I just like Yuri better than because of his karaoke proclivities. I love it. I do. I love the karaoke. I can't get enough of Yuri Buchanan karaoke. Hello, Canton Chronicle sends $10 to you. Keep getting better and better with your analysis of this story. Thanks. Thank you so much. That's so very sweet. You know why? I think it's because you get more information. You get more information. It like updates as you get more familiar with the case. You learn more. So I think that makes it like a little bit easier. All right, so this is what we're going to do. And thank you so much, Canton Chronicle. You are the best. We are going to take like a 2-minute fervent break so I can quickly run to the restroom. And then we're going to come back and we are going to dive right in head first to this article. And I'm going to try to keep my wits about me and not get absolutely dysregulated and very, very angry because it is insanity. Just wait. If you haven't seen this yet, it's insanity. So let's do this quick and we will come right back. And we're going to get to this article. And I'm going to need your support to get through it because it's crazy, completely insane. Will it ever stop, you guys? Will it ever stop? I don't know.
Defender, send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Woo! That's the life of a Proctor defender. I don't even know why this is in the news. All of y'all are acting like prudes. Who doesn't like looking at nudes and sharing those nudes with the whole damn crew? Don't come at me with quid pro quo. I love that man, no homo. Not one text that he planted evidence. That means that it is so evident there's no corruption. So what's the relevance? The feds found nothing except for these messages. They say there was a conflict of interest, but really we all had a common interest. Frame Karen Reed and we're in the clear. Then work with Kev on a cold case of beer. The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. That's the life of a Proctor defender. Woo! That's the life of a Proctor defender. Please judge, don't let these texts out. He's been through enough and he's really stressed out. He's got Kerry Roberts backing him up, got Matt McKay backing him up, the district attorney backing him up, and Yuri, yeah, he gave a thumbs up. How about the MEA? Not so much. How about the laws of physics? Not so much. How about Michael Easter? Not so much. How about common sense? Definitely not. The silent majority aren't on Twitter. For my man Chip, my hands on the trigger. Today in Canton, it's time to kill some.
No, sorry, Proctor, I can't say that.
The life of a Proctor defender. Send some text that might offend you. Lose your gun while you're out on a bender. That's the life of a proctor defender. Here, Bear, take the mic. Tell him how you feel. Bitch, get out of line. I call her a whack job. Then I wonder why I got fired from my last job. All these Twitter trolls say I'm looking like a fat slob. Tell the FKR crew the gayer than the flash mob. If I go to jail, please pick the right cellmate. Cause I probably pissed off every single inmate. They say orange is the new black. And as you know, I don't really like black. I can't help that. They annoy me. The only hood I like is white and pointy. Oh,
Okay, Jesus, Bear. Please step away from the mic. White and pointy.
stop, you're making it worse. It's hard to defend you sometimes. The life of a proctor defender.
I put you on a pretty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Yeah, your AJ's dangerous. Ooh, oh baby, I was born for this.
Yeah, I brought the West Coast to Dedham. Nobody is safe from my verbal venom. Put a witness on the stand and watch me shred them. Have them praying for peace, like the name John Lennon. A lawyer to match me? Well, I ain't met him. Don't believe me? Just ask Hank Brennan. Free can't read, and that was just the beginning. I'm never tired of winning. Got these middle-aged women waiting up to go swimming. Let's swim.
I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I put you on a petty list. I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, and AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I put you on a playlist.
Sorry, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, and KG. The real big threes, you Nettie, Bob, and me. Gonna come with the C? Don't try me. You should know by now I always come with receipts. I'm out here penning letters like my name better roll. You got problems, Cox, and I think they're federal. Attorney Corey Hopkins, sure let him know. This ain't an episode, this a whole damn show.
I don't get nervous. I make people nervous. I don't get nervous. I make people nervous.
Ajax out here eliminating all you greasy motherfuckers. Ha ha ha.
I'll put you on a Brady list.
I'll spare you guys from hearing me sing.
I'm gonna make you pay for this. Oh, your AJ's dangerous. Ooh, I'll put you on a Brady list. Oh,
So good. So good. Okay, let me take Fervin away there so I don't keep hearing him. All right. Okay, let's get to this article. Hey, let me bring it up for all of us. This should be fun. God. Okay, here we go. So I don't know if you're going to be able to actually read this. Let's see how to do this. I may have to take a photo and do it that way because, well, the only other way, no. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. What if yeah, okay. Maybe that's a little better. Let me try it this way. I'll read it and then I'll come back on. Okay. Here we go. Inside the campaign that acquitted Karen Reed. This is by Gretchen Voss, and it dropped today at 2:45. For 3 years, the witnesses in the Karen Reed murder trial were harassed at their jobs, their homes, their children's sports games. It wasn't random. It wasn't a movement of true believers. It was a coordinated campaign against them. And now they're fighting back. Okay. Jennifer McCabe. You know you're in trouble if a story starts with Jennifer McCabe with a big J. Sorry. Jennifer McCabe spotted him coming across the bleachers at her daughter's lacrosse game. Aiden Carney, the blogger who goes by the name of Turtle Boy, arrived in a mask. It sounds like he arrived in a ski mask. I'm sorry. Arrived in a mask and then pulled it off. He wasn't hiding. He shoved his phone, the video rolling, into her face. Hey, Jen, are you worried about what's going to happen to your family when you go to jail? She looked straight ahead from under her baseball cap, trying to ignore him, trying to disappear as other parents gawked. Jen, did you think you could outsmart Karen Reed? Yes or no? School officials eventually moved in and escorted Carney from the stadium in Billerica, but he didn't go quietly. Cop killers, that's what they are. They're cop killers, he hollered as they walked him out. The cop he was referring to was John O'Keefe, a Boston police officer found dead in the snow in Canton on the morning of January 29th of 2022. He had last been seen alive earlier that night after drinking at two local bars when he got into Reed's Lexus SUV with her during a nor'easter, which is not exactly what happened, but who cares about facts, right, Gretchen? After Reed was indicted for manslaughter and then second-degree murder in 2022, she maintained her innocence, claiming that the people inside the house where she dropped O'Keefe off, Brian Albert, his nephew Colin, and O'Keefe's close friend. Wait a minute. Brian Albert, his nephew Colin, and O'Keefe's close friend McCabe were the ones responsible for his death. She argued they were able to cover it up thanks to a conspiracy involving dozens of people, including officials from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, the Mass State Police, which, by the way, is one office. So just to be clear, the Norfolk County DA's office and the Massachusetts State Police are one office, Gretchen. Canton Police, where Brian Albert's brother was their lead detective, first responders, and expert witnesses. Not exactly true, but Carney was the first to report this alternative theory, raising questions, which is not also entirely true because it was really Karen in their motion, right? That 90+ page motion that laid out the story, but okay. Carney was the first to report this alternative theory, raising questions about what had, until then, been seen as an open and shut case, at least on the manslaughter charge. Okay, so we know what Gretchen's opinion is. Carney's coverage. He has published more than 550 blog posts in his Canton cover-up series. I thought there was like 800. Along with thousands of tweets and hundreds of live streams, spawned a Free Karen Reed movement. Oddly, because at least 86% of us didn't find the story through Aiden, but we're going with Gretchen's version of reality, that spread across Massachusetts and beyond. Fueled by a quasi-religious fervor, the movement cast the witnesses as villains and public enemies, accusing them of framing an innocent woman to evade justice. None of the witnesses were ever charged with a crime because they weren't investigated, but the rage unleashed against them irrevocably altered their lives. Ever since that first post, and even today, McCabe says she receives frequent phone calls, voices on the line calling her an evil bitch and worse, and Facebook messages accusing her of being a murderer. People drive by her house, take pictures, and send them to her to let her know they are watching. One time, someone edited a photograph of McCabe's daughter and added the caption, property of Turtle Boy. Okay. As well as digitally generated semen on her face and leg and sent it to her. McCabe's email and bank accounts have been hacked. Well, my email and bank accounts have also been hacked, but that doesn't mean that it's because of Turtle Boy. People wore t-shirts and hoodies with her picture, which at one point were the hottest selling items in Turtle Boy's website merch store. Similar harassment also played out for the other witnesses. What few people know, though, is that the harassment of the witnesses and anyone who dared to question Reed's defense, including this reporter who has covered the case since its early days. Okay, so now we're going to get her motivation for writing the story, right? She doesn't like that people came down on her. So she feels personally, once again, just like everybody else that gets involved in this case, she feels like there was like some personal attack on her and now is an anti-Karen Reed person. So at least we know why she feels this way. Was in fact orchestrated by Reed herself and at times coordinated with her defense team. So let me go back. Few people know, though, what few people know is that the harassment of the witnesses and anyone who dared to question Reed's defense, including this reporter who has covered this case since its early days, was in fact orchestrated by Reed herself and at times coordinated with her defense team. According to now public text exchanges between Reed and Carney, often through an intermediary, Reed dictated to Carney exactly what he should write and how. Her attorneys leaked confidential information to him, and together they orchestrated the harassment of the witnesses. All the while, Reed's camp publicly denied any contact with Carney. Even the line, "Did you think you could outsmart Karen Reed?" that Kearney spat at McCabe as she shrank into herself at the lacrosse game had been dictated by Reed. Equally troubling, it seems, that Reed's legal team brought their case to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts. Right, it was very troubling. A federal inquiry into the handling of the police investigation into O'Keefe's death followed. This federal investigation, which departed from standard investigative practices in ways that legal experts have questioned, resulted in Reed's defense team gaining access. Oh, listen to how misleading this is. Listen to this. Talk about, this is why nobody trusts mainstream media, because look at the way this is written. As though Karen somehow and her team got their hands on federal materials, though those materials were given equally to both sides at the same time. Equally troubling, it seems that Reed's legal team brought their case to the U.S. Attorney's Office, a federal inquiry into handling of the police investigation. This investigation, which departed from standard investigative practices in ways that legal experts have questioned, resulted in Reed's defense team gaining access to evidence they might not have otherwise obtained, including, oh my God, so here she is defending Michael Proctor, including the lead state police investigator, Michael Proctor's personal text messages, which of course is the argument that pro Michael Proctor people defend with. Well, we wouldn't have had those text messages if it wasn't for an inappropriate investigation, except the federal government doesn't typically go that route, right? So they don't typically investigate things unless they have some reason to believe a crime took place. The federal investigation ultimately went nowhere because she has insiders in the office that would be there to tell her one way or the other what happened in that investigation. But its mere existence lent legitimacy to Carney's accusation, gave much of the public the impression that the witnesses might be perpetrators of the crime, and quite possibly, listen to this, affected the outcome of the trial itself. Of course it did. Meanwhile, instead of protecting witnesses to a crime, the feds left them hanging out to dry as the harassment, fueled by public knowledge of the federal investigation itself, continued to upend their lives. Oh my God. Now, a little over a year after Reed was acquitted of killing O'Keefe, the witnesses who continue to suffer harassment are taking matters into their own hands. They have secure legal representation from famed Sandy Hook lawyer Chris Maddie, who took down Alex Jones and won the largest defamation verdict in U.S. history, and are suing Reed and Carney for defamation. I loved John, and I loved his niece, Kaylee. I'm sorry. Can I just tell you what this says? I loved John, and I loved his niece, Kaylee, who called me at 4:53 that morning. McCabe says today. I'm just going to read that again. I loved John, and I loved his niece, Kaylee, who called me at 4:53 that morning, McCabe says today. All I did was answer a call and try to help. And for that, my life has been destroyed. It was 2:07 a.m. on April 18th of 2023 when Carney sent a message from his home in Holden. He had been typing fervently, working on his initial blog post about the murder of John O'Keefe. Now he attached it to a message for an intermediary between him and Karen. Read it over. Change exonerating to exonerate at end of first paragraph. Reed responded through the intermediary at 2:09 a.m. According to an extraction of Carney's cell phone, which was obtained by prosecutors as a result of witness intimidation charges against Carney and became public after he sent it to a now former girlfriend and others, he has a niece and nephew. Thank you, replied Carney. Keep them coming and I'll live edit. At 2:14 a.m., Reed sent another note through the intermediary. Carrie Roberts repeated the same story as Jen. She kept sending edits until 3:06 a.m. when she was satisfied. Amaze ball sauce, she wrote, according to the phone extraction. Thank you so much. Hope they like it, Carney wrote. Carney wrote through the intermediary. A former college acquaintance of Reed named Natalie Wawicki. They love it. Incredible, Wawicki replied. The week prior, Wawicki had introduced to Carney over Facebook by one of his followers, had been introduced. The two began texting, and after getting Reed's approval, Wawicki started receiving information from Reed and passing it to Carney, according to Wawicki and messages from Carney's phone extraction. This is actually very boring. There was other information Reed wanted to make sure Carney had. She started sending me pictures of Jen McCabe, Colin's battered knuckles, all the different Alberts, and just who's who. Wawicki, who now regrets her support of Reed, told me that included a photo from Reed, which Carney published, supposedly showing state police lead investigator Michael Proctor with Jen McCabe's kids. In fact, they were not McCabe's daughters. Carney was an unlikely person to take on this role. Less than 2 weeks after O'Keefe's death, the prior year, he addressed the case on YouTube live stream. Oh my God. So wait, she's going to try to argue now, Gretchen Voss, that Aiden doesn't really believe this, that he really doesn't believe it. He's just operating for some other reason on Karen's behalf. No doubt she killed him because obviously the taillight was out. But who the fuck intentionally kills someone by backing into them? He told his fans. He speculated that Reed was drunk and had driven into her boyfriend by accident. That, however, was before Reed and her lawyers started giving him access to information about the case to report for them, which could make him a star, an award-winning journalist even. Please tell TB he will get all the credit from my camp when this blows up, and I will talk to Dateline next. Reed wrote to Carney, communicating through text and Signal, an encrypted messaging app, and eventually by phone. Reed would go on to use Carney to disseminate the alternative theory she hoped would upend the case against her and keep it from ever reaching trial. Reed did not respond to requests for comment. Carney called himself an investigative reporter, but his first blog was based entirely on court documents from the defense, including a motion and 92-page affidavit filed 5 days earlier on April 12th. In it, Reed and her celebrity attorney from Los Angeles, Alan Jackson, argued that Brian Albert and his nephew Colin were responsible for O'Keefe's death and that Jennifer McCabe helped to cover it up along with investigators. From the first post and the hundreds more that would follow, putting the blame on the witnesses became a reoccurring feature of Carney's coverage as Reed continued to direct it. The morning the first blog hit, it jolted the tight-knit Canton community, rippling through group chats and young sports sidelines. The witnesses' phones started blowing up, their DMs filling with questions and accusations. In the face of the online harassment, the witnesses rushed to shut down their social media accounts. Not according to Julie Albert, though, who still had her account where she was talking to Elizabeth Proctor, but who cares? That's just detail. Reed appeared pleased with the fallout. They're all folding, she texted Carney through a wiki. For Carney, the reaction was welcome. His page views, largely from readers who call themselves turtle riders, surged to a reported 80,000 a day that April, up from about 40,000 according to figures Carney previously provided to Boston Magazine. Many of those followers would form part of the Free Karen Reed movement, acting as foot soldiers in a campaign against the witnesses that he directed after taking his own marching orders from Reed and her lawyers. A few days later, on April 22nd, Carney, using the Canton Police Department's incident report, which the defense had recently filed unredacted against court rules, with the witnesses' personal information, called McCabe and Brian Albert while live streaming and accused them of covering up O'Keefe's murder. He claimed McCabe was sleeping with Albert, her sister's husband. Then he showed images of that unredacted report on the live stream. His thousands of viewers now had the witnesses' private phone numbers, addresses, and social security numbers. After Carney's stream, Reed's local attorney, David Yannetti, texted to congratulate him. That was priceless, dude. Great fucking show. Really enjoying the turtle reporting, he wrote, adding that Carney mispronounced his name, but I loved how you followed it up by that proves that I am not talking to them, according to Carney's phone extraction. The next day, Wawicki sent Carney a message from Reed, who wanted him to write more about the secret federal probe. Not public. The feds have been involved longer than anyone is likely guessing, Reed told him. A week later, Wawicki relayed confidential federal grand jury information that Reed should not have known about. The first assistant U.S. attorney. They don't shoot and miss. They have a case and way more evidence than we do. I know this for a fact. Jen McCabe testifies this coming week. I'm not sure about the others. This is not going to trial for me. The following week, on May 3rd, at the first pretrial court appearance following Carney's inaugural blog, it appeared clear that the effort to see the alternative theory through Carney's coverage was working. For the first time, a crowd of protesters gathered outside the courthouse, and a few dozen TV cameras and reporters were there to capture it all. They were clapping, Jackson told Boston in 2023. And then, as we walked in the door, shut, they started applauding, and we realized, okay, things have just shifted. Inside the courthouse, the next step in the campaign was about to unfold. 2 weeks earlier, on April 20th, just days after publishing his first post, Carney had spoken with Reed's defense team, who confirmed to him the federal investigation was underway, according to Carney's phone extraction, and admissions Carney later made on his YouTube livestream, where he acknowledged that Reed's team had been his source. That same day, after the call, Carney posted a blog detailing the federal probe. In it, Carney wrote, according to reliable sources close to the matter, a federal grand jury has subpoenaed multiple witnesses who were in the home of Boston police officer Brian Albert. on the night fellow BPD officer John O'Keefe was killed. The FBI has taken over the investigation and they have visited the homes of multiple witnesses. He confirmed with 100% certainty that Jennifer McCabe had received a subpoena, even though federal grand jury information is supposed to be strictly confidential. At the time, Carney publicly denied, including to me, while reporting my story in the subsequent months, that he had any contact with Reed or her team. On a later live stream, he acknowledged that he had lied to me at Reed's request. On May 3rd, the defense team's leak came full circle. It's been reported that the federal authorities have now gotten involved in the circumstances surrounding this case and have impaled a federal grand jury to investigate some of these circumstances, Jackson announced to the court. Then, raising his voice for dramatic effect, he added, Karen Reed should not have to wait for the feds to figure out which heads should roll. Jackson was able to speak about federal involvement in the grand jury in open court and have it entered into the public record because it had already been reported by Turtle Boy. In a later court filing opposing a proposed gag order, Yannetti argued that Jackson had merely been reiterating what had already been publicly reported, not, he said, revealing anything about the grand jury being impaneled, something about which the defense team would have no knowledge. What Yannetti did not add is that it had been reported because his team had leaked it to Carney. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. But the defense team's role in the federal investigation went back further than merely leaking it to the press. Did you kill John O'Keefe? Colin Albert says. Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney, yelled at him. Oh, this is fun. Look, Adam Deitch is the one that was interviewing Colin. Did you kill John O'Keefe? Colin Albert says. Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney, yelled at him. No, he replied, shocked. Tell us the truth. It was a suffocatingly hot day in July 2023 when Colin was called to testify before the federal grand jury in the Moakley courthouse. Colin recalls, Oh, that's funny. So somehow Gretchen was able to get Colin on the phone or in person to interview, but not Karen or anybody related to the deposition. How interesting. You know, Karen's team should bring this to the judge. It was a suffocatingly hot day in July 2023 when Colin was called to testify before the federal grand jury. 19 years old and recently finished with his freshman year at Bridgewater State, where he played football. He says he didn't understand why he was even there. He didn't understand why he was even there. Colin's lawyer was not allowed inside the small square room where rows of jurors faced him. Not one, as is customary, but two federal attorneys questioned him. Two of them were Adam Deitch, an assistant U.S. attorney who is now running for Norfolk County DA, and Josh Levy, the acting U.S. attorney for the District of Massachusetts, a role that doesn't typically question witnesses. So wait, let's stop here for a second. Let me just look at this. Let me bring myself back on the screen here. So this is interesting. Why is it only giving me one option? Sorry, you guys. There it is. This is interesting. So Gretchen Voss is trying to make the argument here that, this was inappropriate. It was inappropriate for the actual U.S. attorney in Josh Levy to be on the ground in the grand jury doing the actual work, right? But doesn't that say something important about this investigation? That this was something that Josh Levy himself felt was important enough for him to be directly involved? Right? I mean, am I crazy or what? Doesn't that... So if you're trying to make the argument that this is frivolous, why would, number one, the U.S. attorney, the actual U.S. attorney and Josh Levy, be involved in this, involving himself in the actual grand jury action? And then number two, why would Adam Deitch decide to leave his job and run to be the head of the very office that would have investigated this case at the level of the state. Just some questions I'm throwing out there. Just a thought. Behind Colin's shoulder, Carney's tweets and blogs were projected onto a screen. Colin says every single thing came from him. Wow, no wonder why they hate Aiden. Every single thing came from him. They didn't use anything else, nothing else, Colin tells me, noting that they didn't even bother to take Carney's name off the screenshots. Eventually, they accused me of every single thing Carney said. They also projected, Colin says, the same picture Carney had published on his blogs. Colin playing football, Colin at a wedding when he was a young boy, Colin's bloody knuckles. Those pictures, according to Carney's phone extraction, had originated with Reed, who had found them while... Sorry. Had found them while trolling Facebook late at night and sent them to Carney through the intermediary to print online. According to Colin, the material federal prosecutors put before the grand jury had in significant part originated with Carney. What he didn't know at the time was that Carney had received it from Karen. After hours of confrontational, combating questions, Colin asked for a break, went back into a small room where his lawyer waited and broke down. Oh, I'm sure he did. When it was all over, he broke down again in his father's car. I couldn't stop shaking. I couldn't even speak, Colin says. I was like, what the fuck did they do to me in there? Norfolk County DA Michael Morrissey has called the federal... Oh my God. Has called... This is... You're quoting Michael Morrissey now. Has called the federal intervention in his office murder case unprecedented. He is not the only one. According to a former assistant U.S. attorney who worked in the office public corruption unit, it is rare for the federal government to open a parallel investigation into an active state homicide case, and rarer still for a murder defendant's attorney to bring the case to them. How exactly Reed's defense team got the ear of the U.S. Attorney's Office before the federal investigation began remains unclear. What's clearer is a series of documented connections, some direct, some circumstantial, between people around Reed's case and people around the federal office that took it up. Yannetti had a prior professional relationship with Rachel Rollins, the U.S. attorney for Massachusetts, in the fall of 22. Oh, okay. So you want to point out Yannetti's connections? It's interesting that you're not going to mention the connection between the police who investigated the case, Michael Proctor, who you're defending, and the district attorney, Michael Morrissey, who's bringing this case against Karen. It's just disgusting. How about those relationships? How about the fact that Colin has a long-standing relationship with the lead investigator's sister? What's clearer is, okay, sorry. He had been invited to serve as Rollins' transition team when she took office in 2019, according to multiple sources, including Morrissey. Oh, that's nice. So Michael Morrissey told you. Rollins deeply disliked Morrissey, whom she had publicly accused of being misogynistic. What a surprise. In a letter he wrote to the DOJ's Office of Professional Responsibility after learning his witnesses were being subpoenaed to the federal grand jury, Morrissey formally raised what he called concerns about motive, conflict, or appearance of a conflict. Really, though, Michael Morrissey is raising concerns about motive, conflict, or the appearance of a conflict and potential bias by the Office of the United States Attorney. Morrissey wrote that Chow, the head of the U.S. Attorney Public Corruption Unit, who was heading up the federal investigation, had asked a Massachusetts State Police detective in 2018 if he had any kind of damaging information on the DA, first assistant, or the Norfolk. This is all just absolutely irrelevant. Just absolutely irrelevant. It's just nonsense. The animosity, Morrissey wrote in his letter, stemmed from his office attempting to demote Chow's wife, Laura, from her position at the Norfolk County DA's office years earlier. She resigned instead and filed an ethics complaint, which was dismissed. Morrissey also pointed to Rollins, who resigned in the wake of an investigation by the DOJ's Office of the Inspector General. I mean, you guys can go back and read this, but it's just all absolutely like waste of breath kind of stuff. The former assistant U.S. attorney told me that Carney's blog was something federal prosecutors in the office would read. Most of the time it was nothing, he said, but 10% of the time there was something there. The office had, in fact, brought a public corruption case that Carney's blog had covered aggressively. Monica Cannon Grant, a prominent activist whom Levy, Chow, and Deitch would indict and prosecute for, among other things, defrauding the city of Boston out of COVID relief funds. Carney denies having ever spoken to anyone in the U.S. Attorney's Office. Public corruption cases are notoriously hard to bring, the former assistant U.S. attorney told me, especially in blue Massachusetts, where there aren't two political parties investigating one another. Prosecutors are desperate for and rely on tips, he says, and take them for whatever they can, be it the Boston Globe Spotlight team or Carney, anonymous whistleblowers, even a murder defendant. For her part, Karen Reed claimed in her communications with Carney and others to have a direct line to the U.S. Attorney's Office. None of this fully explains how Reed's defense team got their case before the U.S. Attorney, but why the office took it up may be less mysterious. The former assistant U.S. attorney told me that the opportunity to potentially expose a major cover-up involving the state police, Canton PD, and DA's office would have been, in his words, right in their the wheelhouse of the U.S. Attorney's Office and career-defining for whoever led it. That was Levy, the acting U.S. attorney, after Rollins' forced resignation. However, it all went down in September 2022. According to a statement from Jackson in court, the Fed subpoenaed the defense attorney's case file. Morrissey says his office reached out to Levy multiple times, offering to share the state's evidence from their investigation. Levy turned them down. Instead, Levy called the witnesses before a grand jury. When you have the leverage that feds have, sometimes you want to put pressure on. You drag people into the grand jury. That kind of stirs the pot. Get people talking, says the former assistant U.S. attorney, adding that if he had caught wind of an alleged vast conspiracy, he too would have pulled a few strings to see where that led. Where that led, Brian Albert believes, was to witnesses being treated as suspects. Albert, who was a sergeant detective and commander of the Boston Police Department fugitive unit, who helped catch the Craigslist killer and who earned honors for bravery and valor, was also called to testify before the grand jury. It was very aggressive. I was not in there as a witness, he says. I was in there as a suspect. That was the first time that anybody of any importance was insinuating that. Just as with his nephew, Colin, Brian says the U.S. Attorney's Office appeared to take much of their information from Reed's defense team via Carney's blogs and social media posts. Brian says he was tag teamed by 3 federal prosecutors, Levy, Deitch, and Chow. I do not rile easily, Brian says, and I was freaking distraught. His wife, Nicole, sister of Jen, and McCabe's daughter, Allie, were also reduced to tears by the hostile questioning during their own testimonies. Finally, somebody put pressure on them at least. While Reed was telling Carney that she had a direct line to feds, O'Keefe's family could not get a return phone call or email from the U.S. Attorney's Office. John's brother, Paul O'Keefe, reached out to Levy repeatedly and got nothing in response. Though the O'Keefe family and the prosecution could not get any answers, Reed continued to weaponize the Fed's involvement for Carney to disseminate. In early May, for instance, she texted through the intermediary, Josh Levy is the first assistant. There's only one assistant, and he doesn't typically prosecute. Like, he never prosecutes. He just delegates to the assistants within the divisions. But he's running this GJ. And to substantiate the gravity of this particular federal probe, Levy is not a prosecuting attorney, but he's making an exception for this case. Meanwhile, the existence of the federal case only amplified the harassment of the witnesses and was used to legitimize it with disastrous effect. McCabe says she reached out to the U.S. attorney. Oh, right. Sure she did. Listen to this. McCabe says she reached out to the U.S. Attorney's office multiple times, telling them one of her daughters had begun self-harming and had spent 3 months in a partial mental health program. She got no response. Right. She wouldn't tell them that she was who she is, but now she's reaching out to them to talk about her daughter's self-harming issues. This, too, is unusual, according to a retired FBI agent from the Massachusetts field office who worked on public corruption cases. We went after people that were bothering our witnesses all the time, the former agent says. It's standard operating procedure, and they could have done the same to Carney and his followers. We'd go out and tell them, look, if you do it again, we're going to arrest you. Leave our witnesses alone. Protecting witnesses so they can come forward to testify is critically important to the integrity of the justice system. All right, let's take a second here. We just need a break. So I don't know what you guys think about this, but so far, first of all, you know, if you're going to tell this story, you don't want to try to do it down the middle. You want to try to take a position that's so far the other way. A person who has also admitted in this very story that she has a absolute reason that she didn't like the fact that when she said anything that free Karen Reed people didn't like, people got on her. She doesn't like that. So now she has a personal bias against Karen Reed, which is a personal reason to want to write this story. This is what I was saying about when you have a personal investment one way or the other, it's going to cloud and impact your judgment. We're human. There's no way around that. That's how we are. When we get emotional about stuff, it's much harder to be objective. And if you have a personal relationship with the people involved, you're not going to be able to see clearly. Nobody could. It's not possible. It's not possible, right? You're going to start to see what you want to see. So what we have here is Voss implying that something that the feds were doing was completely inappropriate, though it says to me that they must have believed that there was a crime taking place in order for the guy in charge, who doesn't usually do anything besides delegate, to decide he wants to be directly involved. Now, remember that at the same time, we have the Sandra Birchmore case and Michael Morrissey, who nobody even looked at. Nobody even looked at that case. You know, I'm not going to start yelling. But so she's only, so far, we're not done yet, but so far, it doesn't appear like there's the full extent of the story being offered. So, okay. My dog is complaining in the background. Sorry about that. The absolute crazy. Sorry. Let me get. Okay, here we go. Where are we here? We went after people that were bothering. Okay, sorry. By the way, remember that Michael Morrissey did go after Carney. So it's not like he didn't do that, right? Remember the hostage video, August 2023? He very much did threaten and very much did bring charges against Aiden. So that actually happened. Meanwhile, the worst harassment was only beginning. On July 22nd, 2023, McCabe, her husband, and 2 of her 4 daughters huddled inside their Canton home as Carney stood outside screaming into a bullhorn. Now, my understanding of this was that they were not there. Now, maybe I got that information incorrect, but I thought they were on vacation somewhere, the McCabes. Not that it matters. I just didn't know that they were in the house. Screaming into a bullhorn at a crowd of more than 100 followers. I want all Jen McCabe's neighbors to know, in case they don't already know, that the people who live right here are cop killers. These are cop killers. Over the course of 2 hours, Carney, driving a brand new Lexus, had led a caravan of cars on what he called a rolling rally. Dozens of cars what kind of car do you drive, Gretchen? Like, is that really an important detail? If he wants to spend $700 a month on a car payment, does that, is that my concern? I don't understand what the purpose of telling us that he's driving a Lexus is. Sorry. Dozens of cars made their way through the streets of Canton, stopping at the homes of 7 different witnesses to listen and cheer on Carney as he blared accusations while live streaming for the rest of his followers. Carney's behavior at the rally had the backing of Reed's attorneys, who had also filed the police report in court with the witnesses' unredacted addresses. That evening, after the rally, Yannetti messaged Carney, "Thanks for your continued support," according to Carney's phone extraction. By this point, Yannetti and Carney were in regular communication, with Carney sending Yannetti tips and Yannetti sending court documents and confidential information on top of the many phone calls between them. For instance, after McCabe went to Stoughton District Court for harassment prevention order against Carney, Yannetti texted Carney on May 30th with news, HPO denied. That night, Carney blogged about it, ending his post with a kicker. "The bad news for Jen is that we're just getting started. Buckle up, horseface." By the beginning of May, Reed had dropped the intermediary, and she and Carney started communicating directly over Signal, and many of their messages appear in Carney's phone extraction. They also communicated by phone 189 times, totaling more than 40 hours in 2023 alone, according to an affidavit filed the following year seeking a search warrant to seize Reed's phone. Carney also recorded some of those calls, presumably without Reed's permission, an act that Massachusetts law defines as illegal wiretapping, and those recordings have also been leaked online. All the while, the witnesses being targeted relentlessly, the Free Karen readers followed and confronted them, showing up at Caitlin Albert's wedding in New Hampshire, posting pictures of the McCabe's on vacation in Aruba, screaming at Brian Albert as he tried to eat lunch in a crowded mall food court. It got so bad that Colin Albert says he was forced to quit playing football. Well, that was right after the grand jury, right? So that was, I think, immediately after what happened with the grand jury. It got so bad he was forced to quit playing football and give up his lifelong dream of playing in college as a result of the harassment from Carney and his followers. Or, just a suggestion, Gretchen, or something else was going on with Colin. It's just, it's just something you might want to think about. You might want to go into the evidence. Forget about your personal relationship with Karen or now Jen, your new pal, and go look at the evidence. I don't know why that's so hard for people to do. Is it just time consuming? Is it just me, or is it like laziness? Like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it is about having an aversion to looking at the evidence in the case to determine or let that drive your decision making about what actually happened here. But to me, that's the only thing that matters. I don't give a crap about Turtle Boy and Karen, who's talking to who, or any of them, or Cat, whatever, Kate Peters, Krusty Panties, the Foreskin Girls. All this bullshit does not matter, because what matters is whether or not Karen's Lexus actually made contact with the body of John O'Keefe. And to this point, the injuries on his body could not have been caused by Karen driving backwards at 24 miles per hour. So that is what this all comes down to. Who cares about any of the other stuff? Okay. He is now enrolled in the U.S. Army. Yes, he is enrolled in the U.S. Army suddenly. How exciting for Colin. Not knowing what else to do, on August 25th, for the first time in his 12 years in office, Morrissey released a nearly 6-minute video statement pushing back on the absolutely baseless claims of conspiracy, condemning the harassment of the witnesses, and disavowing the false narratives. Right. Did you look to see if they were false? The witnesses, he said, certainly did not commit murder or any other crime that night. Just like Michael Proctor had no relationships of substance with anybody involved in the case. It didn't help. On September 5th, Carney directed remarks in a YouTube live stream toward Chris Albert, the father of Colin. I go down to your pizza shop and I stand out there for an hour and I yell shit about your son, Carney said. I accuse him of some of the most heinous things possible and I affect business. People don't want to go into your business because of the things I'm saying. A few days later, Yannetti messaged Carney, these bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them. Oh, that's... So this, and we all know. So look at how misleading this is, right? This is the kind of shit like this. If you're going to do this, you know, you don't want to use facts. So we all know because Yannetti told us, right? We all know that this text here from David Yannetti, these bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them. Those were not text messages that were references to the House defendants. They were references to the police officers involved. So here we have Gretchen Voss misrepresenting what David Yannetti was saying. How convenient. A few days later, these bastards deserve all the scorn we are giving them. Yannetti knew and approved of Carney's public behavior. Later that same day, when Carney texted Yannetti not to worry that he would get in trouble, Yannetti responded, I am concerned they want you badly. They charge you, then a judge prohibits you from having contact with witnesses, according to Carney's phone extraction. Around the same time, according to a complaint later filed in court by the witnesses, Reed and Turtleboy became administrators of the Facebook group Justice for Officer John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, Turtleboy official. The two had complete control over the group, including approving or denying posts, and the group played host to defamatory and harassing posts about the witnesses, according to the complaint. Reed also personally posted in the group multiple times, including sharing confidential information that hadn't been released to the public, which, of course, we don't have any, there's no actual evidence of that here in this article. She's just saying that, right? So we don't know if that's true or not. Meanwhile, Reed continued to direct Carney's coverage of her case. On September 18th, Reed sent pictures of Brian Albert and his wife Nicole at their son's football game. Effing cornered rat, Brian Albert continues to fight us, getting his effing call log. She texted, according to Carney's phone extraction, can you make a post for just for this? Carney complied. The Alberts are living constantly on edge and have to hide like cornered rats, he wrote in the post. She also directed Carney to monitor multiple witnesses' homes. What we'd love is for someone to do surveillance on Wentworth tonight. She texted Carney the following week in reference to investigator Michael Proctor's house after asking him to run the plates of a car, turned out to be Jennifer McCabe's. We really need surveillance set up. Please, please don't breathe a word of this, she texted, followed by a request to go to the home of witness Carrie Roberts. Get a pic of that cow's explorer, Reed texted. The witnesses were not the only targets. In late September, I wrote a story about the case. Oh, here we go. Now we get to hear about her own personal vendetta. The witnesses were not the only targets. In late September, I wrote a story about the case that raised questions about Reed's account of what happened the night O'Keefe was killed. What kind of horrible excuse for a mother supports cop killers? Someone texted me after the story was published, sending a picture of my sons when they were young, taken from my Facebook page. You dragged them into this good job, Ms. Voss. My local police department sent extra officers to my son's Friday night football game. The day my story went live, Reed texted Carney on Signal. according to his phone extraction. Call out Gretchen for not confirming that stupid effing manipulated text from Colin. And did you call her out on missing the lack of date stamp for January 29th? Within hours, Carney sent me a barrage of texts followed by blog posts trashing me, eventually putting my non-public phone number on the internet, which people use to send me threatening and vile messages. Carney also publicly accused me of sleeping with the DA's married public relations officer. That accusation was false. Carney kept at it. Over the following months, his blog attacked me repeatedly. In one bracket-style feature, he ran on witnesses, court personnel, and journalists. My name appeared alongside allegations that I had failed as a journalist and that I had traded editorial favors for a burger dinner with the DA's spokesperson. My phone number circulated in the Turtle Rider community. Strangers sent messages accusing me of being a shill, a whore, a bad mother. I received calls late at night. When I appeared in the courthouse to cover the trial, women I never met called me disgusting repeatedly. None of it changed what my reporting found. Of course it didn't. But it did make clear that anyone who asked hard questions about Reed's case could expect to be answered with the same machinery that was coming for the witnesses. The difference was mostly one of degree. The harassment and the news of the federal investigation that fueled it served a purpose in Reed's defense, casting doubt on the witnesses by making them appear to be the perpetrators of the crime and casting doubt on the state's investigators by suggesting they were the subject of a federal probe. Reed knew it was working. In a signal message to Carney on September 29th, she reveled in the effects of his work. Look at what you've done to the reputations and to my jury pool. As the bus carrying the jurors made its way from an undisclosed location to the courthouse each day in the spring of 24, the 12 jurors who were supposed to know nothing about the case looked out the window at a massive banner on Route 1A that read in large letters, Karen Reed was framed. They passed dozens of protesters camped out at Legacy Place along the bus route, wielding posters with slogans like way beyond reasonable doubt and DA stop lying. Even if they weren't looking, there was no avoiding the sound of people yelling free Karen Reed at the bus stop, at their bus. Just note, by the way, the first trial, there was no acquittal, right? It was a hung jury. And it was stacked against her. So this argument that Karen manipulated jurors doesn't really work, does it? Would you have made the same argument if she hadn't been acquitted? Though the judge had instituted a 200-foot buffer zone around the courthouse to protect the jurors from their contentious protests, which Carney led on his bullhorn during pretrial hearings, it did nothing to help, which is just not true. They did not know, the jurors did not know that we were all there, right? As you guys know, hundreds of women and some men clad in pink merch lie in the street corner across from the courthouse and in the adjacent field, shaking pink pom-poms, dancing to music blasting out of pickup trucks, and walking dogs in Jackson and Unetti shirts. The jury room on the second floor down the hall from the courthouse overlooked that field. This is just, it's just super suggestive and inappropriate, but we'll just let her have her day, I guess. Where Reed and her legal team made their entrance and exit every day. We could figure out when Karen was leaving the building and when she was coming back because there were cheers, says one juror in the first trial who requested anonymity to speak about the proceedings. When they peeked through the blinds, they could see it all, including at one point a bouncy house and a lobster food truck. The field transformed into something resembling a circus. Many of them reported it all to the court officers. Nothing was done to stop it, which is not true. We kept saying, I can't believe they're letting this happen, the juror says, which they didn't. The juror also recounted what another juror had described. His wife had told him that Carney was assigning nicknames to each of the jurors. Just knowing that was really uncomfortable and not cool. The anonymous juror says once the jurors recognized Carney in the courtroom, she says, they grew nervous. He would identify and dox them. He had done so to a juror in a previous case in the same court. We felt intimidated, she says, adding that about halfway through the trial, the jurors asked court officers to ask the judge to remove Carney from the courtroom. He was not removed. On July 1st, the judge declared a mistrial after the jury said they were deadlocked. The anonymous juror believes Carney had a direct impact. Of course, right? Of course he did. If the conspiracy theory was never created, there's no doubt in my mind that she'd be in jail. The day after the mistrial, Paul O'Keefe emailed U.S. Attorney Levy, I would appreciate the opportunity to meet with you regarding your involvement in the murder case against Karen. He wrote, you were kind enough to meet with her and her legal team, and now I think it's time to meet with the family and the actual victim in the case. He never received a reply. He sent another email and another, left a voicemail, nothing. The mere fact that they were involved was used in court to create a cloud of doubt, except it wasn't used in court. They were not allowed to use it in court. The defense used it as a weapon, says Paul. Nobody would come out and speak and say anything. Does she not realize that what she's saying is just fundamentally not true, that there was no mention to the jurors about there being a federal investigation at all? And in fact, the jurors thought that there was these guys, the ARCO was hired by an insurance company. O'Keefe's family, who filed a wrongful death lawsuit against Reed that August, weren't the only ones who were stonewalled. Helena Rafferty, the Canton chief of police at the time, says she reportedly reached out to Levy and Deitch, begging them to help. She told them that there was an enormous amount at stake, that if they didn't do something, allowing the intimidation of witnesses to continue would set a precedent, allowing the whole justice system to crumble. They finally agreed to meet in the fall between Reed's mistrial and the second trial. I had repeatedly reached out to Adam Deitch, like, these people are getting eaten alive. They're your witnesses too, Rafferty recalls telling him. When she arrived at the meeting, 9 people were seated around a large table, including Levy and Deitch. I said, I am coming in to beg for help, she says, and opened up a huge portfolio full of abusive letters and emails that had been sent to the witnesses, residents of her town. And I'm crying. I'm saying, help me, help these witnesses. This is crazy. She wanted them to speak up, to tell Carney's followers, you like how all of the FKR people are Carney's followers, that these witnesses were in fact witnesses and not murderers, which nobody would know because nobody investigated to see whether that was true or not. Levy texted her later. They had talked about it for a while after she left. Rafferty says he wrote, and there was really nowhere they could go with it. Levy stepped down in January 25 due to a change in the presidential administration. And Leah Foley was appointed U.S. attorney shortly thereafter. Her office contacted Rafferty and other law enforcement figures involved in the case, including Hank Brennan, and let them know that the investigation was closed. The case that had run for nearly 2 years, during which time they allowed Reed to stand trial for murder twice without intervention, resulted in no charges against any of the witnesses or against anyone else. The only conviction from the entire investigation was one of the federal grand jurors themselves, who pleaded guilty to leaking confidential grand jury information. Though Foley told her law enforcement partners that they could announce it and allowed lawyers for Brian Albert and Brian Higgins to state in open court that they were not the targets of the investigation, her office never made an official statement. That left the door open for Reed and her followers to hijack and misrepresent the news. I don't know if I believe that, Reed said with a smile when a reporter asked whether she was encouraged or discouraged by the Fed's decision to stop investigating the case. I had good reason not to, from the horse's mouth. Jesus Christ. Carney's stated goal of influencing the jury pool. We are trying to affect the jury pool. We are, he shouted at one rally. That's exactly what I'm doing. Appeared by his own metric to be succeeding. Jury selection, yeah, right, of course. Succeeding, except for that there was a hung jury, 8-4. So I don't know how much he was actually succeeding, but Okay, jury selection for the state's retrial of Reed began on April Fool's Day. It took 10 days and 591 prospective jurors to find 18 who were deemed fit for the trial. The day the jury was brought back into the courtroom to ask a question amid their deliberations, 2 jurors appeared to look directly at Carney, who was sitting in the media section, and smile. My God. I was in the courtroom that day and I saw it. After they delivered their verdict later that day, as they filed out, one of them appeared to look straight at Carney and smile broadly. After the case was over, the jury foreman, who later said he didn't take a single note after the first witness testified, called the witnesses suspects in a post-trial interview, even though the defense was prohibited from mentioning the theory of their involvement in the crime during the trial. Gee, Gretchen, do you think maybe he came to that on his own, listening to the testimony that you obviously didn't? In addition to the harassment that they continue to suffer, the witnesses now face Reed's own lawsuit against them, alongside the wrongful death suit that O'Keefe's family filed against Reed in 2024, which is still ongoing. Reed has filed her own civil rights suit against witnesses Jennifer and Matthew McCabe, Brian and Nicole Albert, Brian Higgins, and several law enforcement officers, alleging that they concocted a plan, executed that plan, and framed an innocent woman to steer the murder investigation away from themselves. Adam Deitch is still a sitting U.S. attorney. Reed is heard telling Carney in a phone call recorded in the months after her acquittal. She was warning Carney not to tweet about what she called her private conversations with Deitch and the lawyers. She continues, I really don't need federal attorneys knowing that I've leaked stuff to you and now you're showing it off. I asked him to meet Deitch to discuss Reed's statement about him and his role in the federal investigation. He agreed and we spoke for 3 hours over coffee at a restaurant in Milton. In the months before our meeting, Deitch had sold his East Boston condo, moved to Quincy, and left what he calls his dream job at the U.S. Attorney's Office to run for Norfolk County DA, the office whose handling of the Reed case had been the subject of the federal investigation he led. He told me he had heard the recording of Reed, but denied that he ever had private conversations with her. I've never met Karen Reed or communicated with Karen Reed, he said. I did send thank you notes to her and her family after they contributed to my campaign, and I'm proud to have the support of anyone who cares as much as they do about change in the Norfolk County DA's office. Indeed, Reed and her family and her lawyers have donated to Deitch's campaign. Oh, like the McAlberts having to give Greg Connor money? At press time, Reed's family had contributed more than $5,000 and her legal team at least $9,000. Asked how he can appreciate the support of someone who on the recording describes what he insisted never happened, he said, I don't know what she meant when she said that. 2 of Reed's cell phones were seized by state authorities in January of 2024 as part of an investigation into witness intimidation connected to Carney. The phones remain in the custody of the Norfolk County DA's office while the Commonwealth appeals a March 2026 order to return them to her. On another leaked recording of a call with Carney, Reed said, do you have any clue what's on my phones that they took? She did not specify. If Deitch wins the election, Reed's cell phones will be under his authority. Ooh, that's scary. You better not elect him. Carney, facing charges of felony witness intimidation, made his own view of Deitch's win explicit. In a live stream in November, just days after Deitch announced his campaign, Carney said, I have no doubt that if he was elected district attorney, I think my problems would go away. I would hope so. I put Reed's statements on the recording to Deitch. I'm not going to comment on specific allegations or cases without seeing the evidence. He told me, saying that he was never communicated with or met Carney. If I have a conflict of interest in a particular case, then I will not be involved in the decision-making of that case. And though he says that Norfolk County DA's office has been rife with conflicts, he declined to comment on any of his own. For instance, the chairman of his campaign committee, Michael Loans, is married to fellow U.S. Assistant Ann Peruti, who has co-prosecuted cases with Deitch. Peruti was also the prosecutor for the federal grand juror who leaked the confidential information in the Reed case. She requested a later sentence than the judge ultimately issued. Though Deitch declined to discuss it, talk of an apparent connection and conflict of interest has been circulating Peruti and Reed went to high school together and were both in the Spanish Honor Society and were recently, until it was revealed on social media, Pinterest friends. Indeed, Reed reportedly went to the wedding of Anne's sister. Like, are you serious right now? When asked whether he would reopen the investigation into O'Keefe's death, as he alluded to on the campaign trail, Deitch said, "I believe the O'Keefe family has been fed a one-sided set of facts." Although he speaks about the O'Keefes often while campaigning, he first contacted the family only after Paul emailed him with several reporters CC'd, including this one. Does that mean he believes the family is wrong that Reed is responsible for O'Keefe's death? If you look at the evidence that has been public, he said carefully, what's clear to me is that the charges did not match the evidence. What a surprise. Deitch highlights his work leading the federal investigation in his campaign, but says he cannot discuss its details. The investigation closed in early 25 without charges. What it produced publicly was the text messages found on the personal cell phone of Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, the lead investigator on the O'Keefe case. Messages so racist and misogynistic that led to Proctor's dismissal and later the revocation of his law enforcement certification. Deitch has appeared on the YouTube program of Emily C., a free Karen Reed. Here's Emily's shout out. A free Karen Reed podcaster whose past segments have included mockery of John O'Keefe's mother and of the children of the witnesses. Deitch told me he was open to appearing on podcasts across the political spectrum to reach the widest possible audience. A few weeks after our interview, Deitch declined an invitation to appear on a show called The Forensic Room, hosted by supporters of the witnesses and the O'Keefe family. Instead, Reed and her father, Bill, attended the grand opening of Deitch's new Quincy campaign headquarters. My guess, by the way, guys, is because nobody watches that. So what's the point? Just my guess. His campaign to run for the office, Morrissey says, certainly provides plausible motive for misconduct in the investigation he led as an assistant United States attorney. 5 minutes down the road from the Norfolk County DA's office, more than 400 supporters of the witnesses in John O'Keefe's murder investigation gathered on a March evening to raise money to defend themselves against Reed's lawsuit. Long tables flanking the ballroom were loaded with merch for sale. Oh, so she was there. Long tables. Okay, sorry. There was a silent auction, featured donated Red Sox tickets and Loon Mountain getaways, designer upholstered throw pillows starting at a value of more than $600 had been donated by Natalie Wawicki, the former Reed Carney intermediary who flew in from California to show her support. Inside the crowd, which had grown too large for the dozens of round tables draped in white cloth, rose for a standing ovation for Peg O'Keefe, who was there with her son Paul to support the witnesses. Oh, so she was there. Brian Albert, too, was met with thunderous applause as he took the microphone. This three-pronged attack was executed with military precision. It consisted of a vicious and unscrupulous defense team, an army of social media lunatics, and a highly unusual and unprecedented federal investigation, all coalescing, in my opinion, for the common goal of influencing the outcome of this case. The system, he said, failed them at every turn. Can we just talk about this? Okay, I'm taking a pause here. Let me just mention this, okay? These people, if you watch these trials, every single one of these people are motioning to the prosecutor. If they don't like a question, they don't hesitate to give googly eyes to Hank, to Adam Lally. They tell egregious, out of control lies. Every single one. And that's not just my personal opinion as somebody who actually has studied for the last 2 years, almost every single day, what deception looks like. That's just plain as the nose on anybody's face, right? Because you've got three people all saying the same thing, but something different, right? Son in the Marines, son in the Marines, son in the Marines, right? No, sorry, son in the Marines, son in the Marines. Brian Sr. as a Marine. You've got all kinds of discrepancies about where Colin is, when Colin is there. You've got the lead investigator completely full of shit about Colin. You've got all kinds of shenanigans with Chloe. You've got a basement that gets redone, and it's shady based on the testimony of Brian Albert. Like, it is, this is where I start to lose my mind, because we are not crazy. There's nothing crazy about us. There really isn't. Like, Jennifer McCabe's 911 call is so beyond the pale incriminating. And if you have a brain cell, like a single brain cell, all you have to do, slow it down, Gretchen, and listen to each word that she says. Like, oh my God, this is a scene. Not, oh my God, I'm so worried about my dear friend John. What's going to happen to his children? No, no, no. Jen McCabe doesn't give a shit about that. You know who does, though? Karen Reed, who's covered in his blood, who threw herself on top of him to do anything she possibly could to try to help him, while Jen was too busy speaking to any police officer she could find to make sure to get ahead of the story, to make sure she was able to tell her version of events to anyone who would listen. And you see her, you don't need to take my word for it. You can see her on all the dash cam videos, flailing around, right? Like, oh, making sure Seraph, Good, Lank, anyone who would listen, first responders, firefighters, EMTs, anyone. It's the evidence, who gives a shit about your relationships with these people? The evidence. If you've stopped wasting your time on phone calls with Colin Albert and dug into the actual evidence, the evidence in the case, then you have some explaining to do, because how is it that you explain the egregious, out of control, unimaginable lying that comes from each and every one of the people in and around that house at the time of the crime? Every one of them. Every single one. The out of control deception from Julie Nagel. Out of control. Just take Sarah Levinson. You compare, Gretchen, Sarah Levinson's statement from trial 1 to her statement in trial 2, when suddenly everything changes. Oh my God, that's so funny how things could change so dramatically from one trial to the next. How about all of the just outright deception about Chloe? Not even after the fact, not even the rehoming of Chloe, but just that night. Just that very night. Everybody, Caitlin, Julie, Sarah, everybody, Sarah, poor Sarah. Sarah's like, I never saw Chloe. No, I never saw Chloe. Chloe who? The Alberts have a dog named Chloe? Julie's like, yeah, I mean, Mr. Albert, like, he just took her outside, and then, like, he came back in and, like, brought her right back upstairs, and, like, that was it. Meanwhile, Brian Albert outright admits after he let the dog out, he kept her downstairs to make sure that she was okay with the people in the house. And it just so happens that would have been at the exact same time that guess who would have walked right in to the side door of the house, which the cell phone expert for the Commonwealth confirms that's what the cell phone was doing. It was moving in a westerly direction towards the house. Then, all of a sudden, the accuracy of that cell phone goes kaput. And what would do that? I don't know. A building being inside an enclosed structure that would block the signal to the phone? It's just out of control is what it is. Out of control. It's so out of control. So you can bring all this garbage, you can spend hours writing this absurd article. Fine. Good for you. But what about the evidence, Gretchen? You don't want to talk about the evidence? Is that you're just lazy, bored, don't want to mention the facts of the case, just want to drum up based on your opinion, which is heavily weighted against Karen because you got some emails that you didn't like and some phone calls that scared you. I get it. I'm not condoning that. I'm not saying it's a good thing that you got phone calls or hacked or whatever the F. I'm just saying the evidence is probably what you should look at, not Karen and Aiden and Jen McCabe. Who cares about this? Who cares? Who cares? You never thought to ask, like, why? Gee, is there any evidence that would have made Josh Levy and Adam Deitch look at the case side-eyed? Didn't want to ask that question. Just figured, oh, it's some personal vendetta between somebody with the last name Chow and Michael Morrissey. Didn't bring up Sandra Birchmore, though, or any of the others. Enrique Delgado, right? And that case is a whole nother cluster F. I mean, an unimaginable disaster. Just another one, but it's okay. Who cares? Who cares about facts? Evidence, irrelevant. All right, I'm going to finish it and then I'm coming back to you guys. Hopefully this must end, for God's sake. Enough of this. It's just silliness now. Okay. The money they raised that evening would go to defend against Reed's civil lawsuit against them and to fund a lawsuit of their own. 1 month after the event, on April 16, Chris Maddy, the lawyer for the Sandy Hook families who won a $1.4 billion defamation award against Alex Jones. By the way, if you've looked into the Alex Jones situation, it could not be more distinctly different from this. So I like how everybody just throws that out there, but doesn't mention the myriad of ways that the Alex Jones situation is completely different from the Karen Reed case. So fine. It's his claim to fame. I get it. But you might want to at least mention the distinct differences between the two cases. Just an idea. Award against Alex Jones for claiming the shooting was a hoax. Filed a lawsuit on behalf of McCabe, Albert, Collin, and Brian Higgins against Reed and Carney for defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and civil conspiracy, among other counts. This case arises from a multi-year conspiracy orchestrated by Karen Reed and Aiden Carney to subvert and prejudice the criminal justice process in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, which is just so ridiculous given how heavily stacked against Karen the entire process and the Norfolk County DA's office was. Reed knowingly destroyed the reputations and lives of innocent people to deflect attention away from her own culpability. It alleges, and Carney received his information exclusively from Reed and her legal team, made no independent journalistic effort to verify the accuracy of the murder accusations before publishing them, which that's just, we all see the texts. And that's the thing. In the texts, there are times when Aiden's like, I'm not going to publish that because I need support, receipts, right? But she leaves that part out of those text communications. Repeatedly ignored or dismissed evidence contradicting his narrative. Like what evidence? Maddie says that the lawsuit put it best. This operation to assassinate the character of innocent witnesses has caused incalculable harm, subjecting them to a daily tidal wave of hatred, harassment, and intimidation. He says, while the damage to them has been catastrophic, reading Carney's lies, which were amplified by a vigorous public relations campaign, have also poisoned the community's cohesion. That's right, of course. Aiden's responsible for that too. Tainted the criminal prosecution of Reed and deprived the O'Keefe family and the Commonwealth of the justice they deserve, because Chris Maddie is obviously the grand poobah of all things related to jury determinations in Norfolk County. On his live stream since the lawsuit was filed, Carney has called Maddie retarded and said Maddie would be his play toy for the next few years. Apologies for the R word. I didn't see it coming. He said he would destroy Maddie's reputation. Now when we double down, mother effer, he said, I have an army of people behind me. The witnesses had stayed mostly quiet through the investigation. Really? That's interesting. Were they mostly quiet? I missed the quiet part, but maybe I'm delusional. Both trials and years of harassment. At the fundraiser that night, McCabe stood before the crowd of 400 and spoke. We trusted the process. We trusted the system. We believed if we told the truth and endured, that would be enough, she said. We were quiet when quiet was right. This time, we're not whispering. How moving. Woo! Hooray, we're done. Yay, that's very exciting. Okay. What do you guys think? Oh my God, let's get to all of you on this. That was like epic. I did not know that was going to be like 80 minutes long. Apologies for the insanity there. Okay, sorry. Pithy screen name sends 100 gems and a high five. I'm going to try to get to everybody. Did I miss somebody? I can't tell. Okay. At Violet Desert Sky gifted 5 I don't belong here memberships. Thank you so much at Violet Desert Sky. You are the best. I so appreciate you. Congratulations to the new members. Bridget 311 sends 250 gems. Hi Bridget, I love your puppy. Sends the laughing disco emoji, which I never get to see, which is super annoying. At Saucy Meat Sauce sends $5. Don't forget, everyone, the blood ritual is immediately after the stream concludes. We're wearing our Karen Reed face masks tonight. Don't be late or else. Oh my God, that is so funny. Are we going to be dressed in our cloaks for the night? That is so funny. Oh my God, it's so funny. I like how, like, when you hear the Foreskin Girls, they love to like make us sound like these quacks, right? Like, oh, we're the conspiracy theorists. It's just dishonest is the way I see it. I mean, they might believe it because of the one brain cell that they share, but in general, it's just absurd. It's just fundamentally absurd. Like, pay 5 minutes of attention to what any one of us is saying and doing, and you'll see, no, we're not crazy. We are providing evidence for our opinions thoroughly. Like, Totally. There's never any claim that ever comes out of my mouth that I haven't spent hours providing evidence of. Because that's how I am. That's who I am as a human being. I'm not going to make a claim and then not show you why I believe it. At Foxgloved1 sends 6 gems and a chili emoji. Thank you so much at Foxgloved1. Oh, at Iowa Writer sends 2 gems and sparkles. I love sparkles. I think I became much girlier in my old age. Like when I was young, I used to be this tomboy, and then I got older and became girlier. I don't know. Maybe that's not entirely. Maybe I was always a little girlier, but it feels like that. I feel like it's true. At Bridget311 sends 10 gems and a gold coin. Thank you so much, Bridget. You're the best. Also sends 2 gems and 100. I'm not sure what the 100 means. That like 100%. At Linda1974 sends 2 gems and 100. I also want to say, by the way, like I really believe this, guys. Like we need to have a gala. And when I heard it, I was so jealous. I thought, what an amazing idea. We need to have our own gala, because if they could get 400 people in a room in Boston, how many people do you think we could actually get to come to town and celebrate? What an amazing, it would be like a wedding, you know, it could be like a weekend long festivity for everybody. How fun would that be? Man, if I had more time, I would totally organize that for us, because I think it would be amazing. It'd be a great fundraiser for Karen and Aiden. It would be so much fun too. At Mopey, Massachusetts sends 1999. He didn't have to find it. He has the intelligence to recognize what matters, courage to shout about it, and charisma to rally people peacefully to show up, raise funds, and keep at it. Free Turtle Boy. Yeah, you know, you may not like his style, you may not love his mouth, his potty mouth sometimes, but, you know, the guy has, you know, heart, conviction, deep conviction. There is something to be respected about that. At Angel Girl, but clearly, like what's very clear to me and is becoming like more clear every single day, they hate him. It's personal. They really blame Aiden Carney for like destroying their lives. That's who they blame completely, like hands down. My guess is it's because of how much they knew about him from before. And the only reason I learned that is because I believe it was Emily C. Might have been Emily C. on one of her shows. I think it was Emily talking about somebody that she knew that had been targeted by him before all of this, and that it was like a full-blown assault. He went after that person for whatever reason. That guy, like he was somebody on his school board or something, and like he just shredded him, ruined his life, like really like ran him out of town even. So it's not something that he had not done before. That's what he was known for doing, was kind of going after people that he felt were ratchets and felt entitled to do so regarding. Whether, I'm not suggesting it was a good thing or he should have done it. I just am suggesting that the McAlberts knew it about him already. So they knew what he was capable of and were terrified of him. And that's part of what hijacked their mind space about Aiden for a long time. So they have a personal vendetta against him completely. At Angel Girl 73 sends 400 gems and an eagle. It's a beautiful picture, Angel Girl. At Canton Chronicles sends $20. The show is the gold standard, the benchmark every other YouTube show should be measured against. You are way too kind, Canton Chronicle. That is just way too generous, but I am honored to hear you say that, and I really mean it. I really do. At Strange Credulity sends $2. Yes, Sam, preach. This is outrageous. It is outrageous. It gets me upset. And look, like even with Twigs earlier, I'm not getting down on Twigs. I appreciate the opinions. I appreciate the full range of opinions, provided that they're rooted in evidence and not conjecture because you don't like somebody, right? So of course I'm much more apt to listen to all sides from the people that I trust are coming at it from a fact basis. Now, that may sound crazy to the other team, but that's because they have no idea what we're doing. They really don't know, you guys. They do not know. They don't watch any of us. This for the same reason that I don't watch any of them, because I get 2 seconds in and I get upset because what they're saying is something I fundamentally disagree with or think is false or think is inaccurate. And so to spare myself the pain and suffering, I just stop watching. So they don't know what we're doing. They don't know what we're talking about. They don't know what the evidence that we're looking at is. And if you don't know any of that, and all you get is a lot of like hate mail or whatever, then yeah, you're just going to hate on all of us, right? And I will say this. I will say that it was talking to Kevin Lenahan where I learned how traumatized, and I don't say that, flippantly. Like, he was really truly terrified that in reaching out to him to come on with us, he was like scared. Like fundamentally scared that we were going to pull a fast one, we were going to try to hurt him in some way, that we were going to try to undermine him or like make him look like a fool. So it became clear fast that he had had really challenging and scary experiences prior to us reaching out. And so I felt bad. I was like, I'm just reaching out to ask you to come on. Like, I have no ulterior motive. I don't know anything about what you've been through. So clearly, these guys, some of them have been through the ringer with people from our side. And I'm not, like I said, I'm not condoning that. So I get it. But at the same time, like, we're not all the same, right? And yeah, our people are super passionate because we see a tremendous injustice happened and feel very strongly about it. But the thing that I really want to make clear, I welcome anybody to come on and discuss the evidence. And last time I said that, there was one person in particular who kept emailing me, but he just kept calling me names. So he'd like bring up something and then call me an idiot. And I was like, okay, you can't even go a sentence without calling me a name. So if you can't go a sentence without like low blowing this, why would I want to have a conversation with you on the live stream? Like, you're making it personal. I'm trying to keep this objective. You want to talk evidence? Let's talk evidence. But if it's going to just be like take a shot over and over, well, that's silly. That's the problem. That's the reason why it's just too hard to try to have these objective debates, because people get too emotional. At Please Be Real, I love it. Send $6.99 Canadian dollars. Sam's going 100%. Love it. Oh, thank you so much. Please Be Real. I know I got to catch up on everybody. At EMA51B sends $9.99. You never hear of the reporters coming in droves when it's a movie star or some big famous case getting arrested for harassment, and they're camped outside the place. You never hear of the reporters coming in droves when it's a movie star or some big famous case getting arrested. That's true. And that's kind of been my point, right? Like, remember Princess Diana? It's a terrible reference, but that's exactly what happened, right? I mean, as far as I remember, and I was little when this happened, but as far as I remember, it was the paparazzi that ultimately caused whatever accident happened, right? She was going through like a tunnel or something, and they were trying to get pictures of her. Yeah. No, I listen. Here's what you need to know about this case. If you do the Turtle Boy case, the people bringing the case are the ones that he was screaming and yelling about being corrupt. That's the problem. And how ironic is it that Greg Connor is the one to announce to the world that some independent organization told Morrissey that he had to recuse himself. Then we find out from Cosgrove, like a week later in court, that has no problem whatsoever colluding with Michael Morrissey the entire way, taking all of his direction from Morrissey. Now, I'm not a lawyer. Is that something that one of his lawyers could argue against? I don't see how not, right? I don't see how he gets away with that, but I'm not a lawyer, and sometimes, you guys, the law just makes me angry because I don't get it. I just don't get it. At Erica Applegate for 485 sends $4.99. Look at that beautiful picture. Thank you so much, Erica Applegate. Thank you for being here. You're amazing. Hello, Chat Signal sends $1.99. Hey, Sam, I'm angry too. Yeah, Chat Signal, that it upset me. It did. I was upset. Like, I don't want to see. Listen, everybody has their opinions. Everyone's entitled to them. But at the end of the day, like, we're a community. We're trying to row the boat in the same direction. We're trying to figure out who murdered John O'Keefe and how do we get justice for him. I thought, but maybe I'm wrong. And you don't have to like other people's platforms or the way they go about it. I get it. You don't have to watch. You don't like somebody, don't watch them. But I thought that we were at least like coming from the same foundational place. And I'm learning that that was maybe an incorrect assumption on my part. At Darlene Wesley 3617 sends 2 gems and 100, which I think means 100%. Thank you so much, Darlene. At Lisa Chick 29 sends 2 gems and the silver star and a beautiful, what looks like calico tabby-ish kitty. Beautiful kitty, long hair. I have 2 amazing kitties at home that hate when I'm gone for like any length of time. At Sonia Cologne 3536 sends 2 gems and a silver star. Thank you so much, Sonia. Thank you so much for being here. At They Assume You Know Nothing 66 sends $9.99. I love your lives. So glad that I found your channel. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad that you found this channel and this community. We love having you. Thank you so much. They Assume You Know Nothing. At Christina, hi Christina, 2039 sends 440 gems and an unk alert. I gotta learn what the unk alert is. I gotta like figure out how to see it. It's so annoying. Oh, is it papillion, right? Papillion. They are so cute. That's like, there's 2 other types of dogs that I have looked at, and that is one of them. And then the other, oh my God, what's the like the fluffier ones that kind of look like a papillion and like a Chihuahua. I can't remember what they're called. They're super cute though. Penelope wanted one of those, but I just told her I only got a dog as my daughter every single day when she was like, from the time she was 3 till 7, every morning on the way to school, every single morning. Mom, can we get a dog? Mom, can we get a dog? Every day. And then COVID happened. And we were home, trapped in New York City. And in New York City, COVID was no joke. Like, it's New York City. So it spread literally, it was a Friday like afternoon, we all started hearing about COVID. People started getting sick, and by Monday, the entire city was like zombie apocalypse, the real deal. Couldn't go anywhere. It was like, the stores were all empty. It was absolutely insane. And I realized like my daughter's going to be home on a Zoom call. She was like 6, very little. So that's when we went and got Sunny. Because I was like, what are we going to do in this apartment for God knows how long, right? So, but the whole deal was I'm not torturing a dog in New York City that needs to be walked. It's horrible. Like, dogs in New York City, they can't even go on the grass, or you can get huge fines. It's horrible. It's all sand, parks, horrible. So I was like, smallest dog ever or no dog, and that's how we ended up with Sunny. So good to know. Good to know. At Bridget 311 sends 10 gems and a gold coin. Thank you so much, Bridget. You're amazing. At Dirt in My Eye 6505 sends 900 gems and a duckling. Oh, I wish I got to see the duckling. At Vanessa's LCSW. Vanessa is a member of the club. 5695 sends 350 gems and a finger heart. Thank you so much, Vanessa LCSW. Would love to hear more about what you do. I'm always interested in clinicians, but then you get us talking and you don't want to hear clinicians talking. It's like the most we can just go on and on and on forever, and it's like we go into this rabbit hole that's so obtuse and nobody else has any idea what we're saying, and it's terrible. Just terrible. At Lisa Chick 29 cents 10 gems and a floating heart. Oh, thank you, Lisa, with the beautiful cat. Beautiful, beautiful kitty. At Nanny Can 4207 sends 200 gems and sunshine. I know you, Nanny Can. I know this doggy, this beautiful puppy. At Jägermeisters sends $10. I know Jägermeisters well. My dog is an 8-year-old, 100 and 50-pound female bull mastiff. That's amazing. I think that's what I was guessing, right? Did I guess that? She's a sweetheart. No, maybe I guessed boxer. I think I guessed boxer. She's a sweetheart and loves your content. Oh, especially while Mama eats Doritos. Doritos sounds great right now. Fiona asks, do you ever sleep? Laugh out loud, take care. So good question. It's a huge issue in my world. Not anywhere near as much as I need to or enough. When my daughter was born, all of a sudden, like my entire sleep cycle just switched. Used to be before she was born that at 10 p.m. every single night, if I was not in bed the next morning, I would be a monster. But then, like, I had to sleep with one eye open. She never slept. She was the worst sleeper ever. She would make me like come and sleep on the floor in her bedroom. It was horrible. So something just changed and I need a little bit less, but it's still something I have to work on because I'm very bad at sleeping. You're absolutely right. Not good at it at all. At Aaron N9Y8T sends 100 gems and a high five. Thank you so much, Aaron. At Leah Benoit, I think. Hi, Leah. Sends 350 gems and a finger heart. Love it. At Villanelle 27 sends $14.99. Love your sass this morning. Oh, this morning you're like way ahead of us. Thank you for doing what you do because I need therapy. Oh my God, everyone needs therapy after Julie this week. Like you need to like shake that off. You need to like shake the Julie off because it's like, what am I looking at here? It's insane. Absolutely insane. But I mean it. If I were going to teach a college course on deception, this I think is the video I would start with because there's so much in it. Like there's so much in it. There's so much in it. There's so much teaching that could happen from this one video. Like I was saying earlier, just from the question, like if you go through and you just note the question and then you notice how the entire way through, she changes every question back to one question. So in other words, the investigator starts out, he's like, well, explain the dynamic between you and like, how did it work with you and Jillian and Courtney? And she's like, okay. And then she goes on this like long, endless rant. But at the end of the day, the question that she's defaulting to is, how did you wind up developing an independent relationship with Courtney Proctor outside of Jillian? But that's not the question that he asked, which is interesting, right? Because that's the question in her head. So what does that tell us? It tells us that there's only one question that matters to her at that moment. And it's not the same question that is being asked. It's a different question entirely, which is curious. It's like, oh, well, why would you have a specific question that you're holding in your mind when this investigator is supposed to be asking you questions that matter to him? Right? You see what I mean? So those are the kinds of things that you have to be mindful of when you're looking at deception. You have to be thinking, why would this person, the whole time, why would this person be saying this thing at this moment based on this question? Which is like another, there's layers. You have to keep track of a lot of stuff to do it right. And that's part of the reason why it takes a long time for me, because it's not second nature and I have to be paying really close attention. And I'll still miss body language stuff until like my third go around, because if I'm, watching the words, listening more than I'm watching, it's nuts. It's nuts. It's so much. It's so much. At Love Knows No Words sends $5. Can you still detect deception if an interviewer? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Like, think about Adam Lally, right? Like, remember, in the trial, Adam Lally is completely biased and he's trying to steer all the questions in a certain direction. But that actually helps enormously in many ways, because he's sort of like, he's trying with Adam Lally, for example, he's going to ask softballs. Like, he's not going to say anything on purpose to try to put them in a situation he knows that they can't navigate their way out of. And so he's trying to give them the easy stuff. The easy stuff is what sets you up to be able to make meaningful determinations when cross-examination comes. But even when we get to the sensitive topics on direct, which is why I spend exponentially more time analyzing the direct examination. There's been testimonies where, like, I didn't even think to watch the cross-examination until way later because I was completely consumed. It's like when somebody is speaking to their own witness. So remember when, okay, good example, ARCA. So when Alan Jackson is asking ARCA questions, they can go on and on and on and give you a really lengthy answer because it's safe. They know that they're not going to get, beat up by the person asking the questions. And the safe answers is where we get the most rich information because they feel safe. So the perfect example, go back, trial 2, Sarah Levinson, direct examination, Hank Brennan asking the question, how did the plan change how was the plan different when Julie came back in? Like, what was the new plan? So after Julie goes outside to talk to Ryan and she comes back in, what's the new plan? When I tell you that answer sinks the ship, it is like this, you can actually see the whole ship, like the Titanic, like breaking in half and like nose diving straight into the water, because the first trial, she answered it correctly. And the second one, her answer is so different. Just the fact that it's such a different answer is by itself pure deception. It tells you that definitively the answer the second time has a completely different motive. Because if I ask you a question, first trial, I say, what was the new plan after Julie came back inside? And you say, Jen and Matt were going to take us home. Period. Second trial, what was the new plan after Julie came inside? Well, it's like, wait a minute. Something happened. Why are you going on a 20-minute rant? So much so that the judge has to intervene to tell you to stop talking. So right away, you know that she has a motive. And when a witness or a person being interrogated has an independent motive other than to answer the question, it's big trouble. It's big trouble for them. And for us, it's great. It's great information. It's like, wow, okay, now we know there's deception here. It's just a matter of why. Like, why are they saying this? And obviously, there is simply no doubt. I mean, the people in that house are the most obviously guilty of anyone on the planet. It's not. There's no part of my brain that's like, oh yeah, maybe there's a world where like Julie Nagle is telling us the truth about the big blob that she saw on the lawn that she didn't mention until, I don't know, 4 years later, Yeah. No world. Hello, Gammy Kathy, who sends 250 gems and a laughing disco. It's so nice to see you. How are you, dear? Thank you for being here. It's always nice to see you. At the Goodmans, 4431 became a member. I love it. Welcome, the Goodmans. Goodmans, right? It's going to be Goodmans, probably, I think. At the Goodmans, 4431. Thank you so much for being here, and welcome to the club. At Sheila P, 76 since 227. CP, they babysat Colin, minus Jillian. MP plus CP, check Colin. Okay, Sheila, let's see what we're saying here. Courtney Proctor, they babysat Colin, minus Jillian. Yep. Michael Proctor and Courtney. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Maybe not impossible. The only problem is, well, I have to watch it because I know at first pass, Courtney is speaking in the we because she's trying to insinuate that it was only with Jillian that she was babysitting, that she would only babysit when she would go over to Jillian's and like Julie would happen to bring the kids by and, maybe they'd watch them for a little while. So the beginning of that whole interaction with the police, she starts out trying to make that case that it's her and Jillian. Then as time goes on, she becomes a little more comfortable, and every time she gets a little bit more comfortable, giving us a little more truth. And that's when she mentions that there was one kid that she would babysit like alone. So, but I'd have to double check. You absolutely might be right. It totally depends on the context. I just don't know if I see Michael Proctor ever doing anything for anybody, whether money's involved or not. Like, I just don't see like Michael Proctor being the babysitting type, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if I see him doing it. It also feels like there's a few times where the investigator asks if any of Julie's sons have ever babysat or if any of if Chris, and she laughs like, what are you kidding? So I thought that was funny. I haven't gotten to that point in terms of a deception analysis. I've only seen it at the surface level, but I did think it was interesting. At Deshai 0803 sends $5. TB petitioning the FBI who used his work to ask the tough questions. Can CW bring these charges and think Bradel destroy them with this info? Disgusted. Yeah, I mean, maybe. It is interesting that they used some of Turtle Boy's stuff, but I wonder, like, okay, for example, if right now every one of us went to Google and we typed in Colin Albert Knuckles, there's only so many photos that come up, right? Maybe 2, and probably they're the ones that came from the Canton cover-up series because that's where they were posted, right? So in a way, I could make the argument that the feds weren't actually using Aiden's material per se. They were just reaching into the vault that they had easy access to, the same way that all of us do. Sometimes I get frustrated because there's limited pictures, but there's only so many. Like if you look up Fenway Johnny's, right, you maybe will find like 2 or 3. Or if you look for the picture of Brian Albert when his arm was in the sling, you might find 1 or 2, but they oftentimes come from Aiden's Canton cover-up series. So, you know, I can't tell you that they actually went and got that stuff from him, or if they just went to Google images and got what they got, and it happened to be the stuff that originated with him. Because pretty much that's where we all get everything. I mean, maybe not now because of all the FOIA documents, because all of us have been so aggressively pursuing evidence for the last 6 months to a year. But in the beginning, especially, could you imagine 2-3 years ago? So 2.5 years ago? Yeah, 3 years ago, almost, right? 3 years ago. Because it's 2026, right? This was 2023. So imagine how much less there was even then. So I would want to know if the feds were really getting it from him, or if they were just getting it publicly from a public space, and that's right, the same stuff. The other question I have is like, I don't know how that works. You know, do the feds just get to pull anything they want? Do they need a certain standard? Like, how does it work? Because one would think that if they were investigating the death of John O'Keefe, that they would have had more access than we do or that we know of. And if it was exculpatory, one would think that Karen and the Commonwealth would have also got it in those 31 plus 100 pages. So I don't know. I don't know how that would have worked. But based on what Adam Deitch has said publicly, it really seems like ARCA for him was the end game. Like once ARCA came out with their report, and remember, Adam Deitch, assuming it was Adam Deitch, went to ARCA and said, here's the only information that we want you to have. You tell us what you think happened. Like reconstruct it based on this limited amount of information, photos, whatever, information about the car. You tell us what you think happened. And remember, they came up with the potato launcher. So they were right away very, like, without even blinking an eye, they're like, oh yeah, no, there was no car accident. They just wrote it off immediately. It wasn't even like, it wasn't a question. It just was an immediate, yeah, no, that's not what happened. At Coco's Glow Up sends $4.99. One of the problems with the use of the witness intimidation statute for Turtle Boy is because in this case, the witnesses should have been the suspects. Yeah, and here's the part that is tough. Nobody investigated their involvement. Nobody. It's like Michael Proctor is he's not hiding that. He's not like, oh, he's not even pretending that they tried. He never went into the house. It's such a silly argument because I've heard Mama Llama, whatever her name is, make the argument that, well, that's not true, that we forget or we don't know or overlook the fact that Sean Good and Mike Lang went into the house. Two longstanding friends of the McAlberts who were threatened in the past directly by Brian Albert because he investigated a case involving his little brother Timmy, or whatever the hell his name is. He went into the house, didn't leave the little hallway in front of the front door. That's who went in the house for 20 minutes. Nicole then lies about that interaction, pretending like they had a real exchange and they were sitting at the kitchen table and Lank was like, where were you? And where were you? Which is just completely fabricated. That did not happen. No way, no how. None of them even admit that they saw Sean Good, even though we watched him walk into the house. So, I mean, and then they were not the investigators. They were not the ones investigating the death. Within an hour, they're switched out, and now it's the Massachusetts State Police investigation, and he never even thinks about going into the house. Like, what? And it's so stupid, because if they had any intelligence whatsoever, if you're friends with the people in the house, you want to do right by them, you want to make sure that they never get the finger pointed at them, then you go into the house. And you go in and you reassure the rest of the universe that there was nothing in the house. Instead, they don't do that. They falsify documents, falsify names, incorrectly mark the address of the house, write down Higgins' name spelled incorrectly so that you can't find him by search in the system. Of course, write Colin out of the report like he's nowhere to be found. It's so dishonest. And like, it's just, it is what it is. It is not an oversight. It was deliberate deception to protect the people in the house. And we have text messages from Michael Proctor saying as much within hours of taking over the investigation. So it's not even like debatable. These are not paranoid conspiracy theories. These are facts. That's what happened. It was 32 Fairview. Brian Albert's name wasn't in there. It was B. Albert. Brian Higgins was not correctly written as Brian Higgins. Colin Albert never appeared in a single police report. Ever. So, but again, if you're Gretchen Voss and you're just mad because somebody sent you a mean message, you're not looking at any of this. You're just mad and want to be mad. At Stacy B, I love it. Stacy B became a member. Welcome, Stacy B. We're super excited to have you. Jump the gun there at Lister E1S. At Lister's E1S sends 440 gems and an uncler. Thank you so much. I wish I knew how to say it. Lister E1 at Night Owl Nurse. Hi, Night Owl Nurse. I'm guessing that you're not at work right now. But if you are, we are super excited to have you with us anyway. 30 gems and a flower. Thank you so much, dear. And LA times 4 became a member. Welcome, LA times 4. I'm very excited to have you. If you are in LA, I should be there in just a few weeks. At Pia23Me is a member for 9 months. We are making our whole lives about Karen Reed and justice for John O'Keefe, right? I know, and that's the thing. Like, it is a big part of all of our lives. It ebbs and flows a little. I will admit that. There's times where I need a break and I need to walk away because it gets too hard. Some days it's just hard to watch Karen get beat up by the judge, right? Or such an unfair ruling by Judge Gilday, or, certainly like with Beverly. Oh, I am just very lucky that the pretrial stuff in the Karen Reed case, I did not endure, because that would have been very difficult for me. Just going back, watching it now, knowing what happened, the pretrial felt so unfair, felt so stacked against them, felt like just a battle that they could not win, they could not get out in front of. So at least by the time I inserted myself, it was first trial, right around when Matt McCabe testified, maybe a little before. So I was lucky I was spared the beginning, because I think that was definitely, that had to be tough just to watch every day, right? at Phil Gallagher. Hi, Phil. You still up? Are you still up, Phil? Wow, it's late there. Sends £2. Julie's got a lie tell, her lips move. Yeah. Yeah. And you know what, Phil? There were people that believed some of her testimony, right? Like, even I didn't know what to think. I think I really waited to reserve judgment on Julie's testimony for a while. I wasn't sure what to make of that, like, eagerness. Oh yeah, I never go to sleep until all my kids are home. You know, that whole thing. Like, I just didn't know what to make of her. Now, the level of dishonesty with these investigators, it just undermines her credibility, like, all the way across. Um, so it'll be very interesting to see what we can extrapolate in a little bit, just a little bit from all of this. Soon, it's coming. Couple weeks. According to Brother Counsel, we're going to be in a lull now with the Karen Reed stuff, because whatever, legal stuff, because there's going to be an appeal on the anti-SLAPP, which is going to get denied. And then there's going to be the discovery until mid-August. So he seems to think that we shouldn't be getting any legal news for a while with Karen Reed, which will give me some time to focus on the Julie thing and taking it back to her testimony, which would be very nice. Hello, Twigs again sends $10. Clarification. I don't care what Turtle Boy did to the McAlberts. I know. I knew what you were saying. I absolutely knew what you were saying, Twigs. I'm sorry if I misrepresented that in any way. I am not angry. I am definitely not angry, but I get angry when, you know what I get angry about is when, like, if you're purporting to be so convicted, and then all of a sudden you're mad at Aiden, and then all of a sudden you're like on the other side, that makes me mad, because it feels like, I don't know, maybe I just also feel like it looks somehow poorly on me. Like it makes me feel like, oh, well, it makes me feel like somebody else is going to look at what I'm saying and like I don't really believe it, because other content creators, we're not talking about one now, we're talking about three, importantly, three people who were like staple members of this community, who all of a sudden are like, really coming out against Aiden. I just feel like, well, I get that there's personal stuff, but I feel like we should just, like, some things are more important than the personal animus that we have for each other. Like, some things, assuming you think that Karen is innocent. I mean, if you don't, you don't. If something convinces you otherwise, something convinces you otherwise, right? It's just so weird. That's how Karen Reed got into the people and their feelings. Wait. Let me read this again, dear. Don't be angry because of your feelings. That's how Karen got into this people and their feelings. Got into this. Oh no. Well, you mean all of us. Wait, I don't care if Turnbull did it, McGower speaking about the law itself. I was speaking about the law itself too. And I guess the part that, for me, from just looking at the legal side, this is, and by the way, I'm only speaking about, I was speaking primarily about the witness intimidation statute, not as much about the defamation case, but I don't know if that was clear because it gets conflated. In the witness intimidation case, the piece that, to me, I don't see how they prove is the intent. Because if you're arguing that the intent was to try to prohibit witnesses to testify, I just don't see how. I don't see that. I think that's crazy. We all know that that wasn't in his mind. He wasn't like, yeah, these witnesses better not testify against Karen because they're going to, I don't know, hurt her case or whatever. They're going to, I want their opinion to be different because it's bad for Karen Reed. So I feel like the story that the McAlberts are telling is just false. That's what makes me angry. You can have opinions about Aiden's behavior, But there's just no world in my mind where even they believe that. Like, they don't believe what they're saying. So, I mean, but to be fair, there's 4 cases. There's all this crossover. It's similar, not the same. It's easy to conflate the defamation with the what was I going to say? The defamation with the criminal case, So that was kind of more or less what I was saying, that I just don't see that his intent was to prohibit a legal proceeding, specifically these guys from, like, I mean, if you go to the McAlbert's website, the Testify website, like, it literally says that they are, their mission is to stop witness, like, the rampant problem of witness intimidation across the US. It's like, this is not a genuine effort to stop witness intimidate. Like, these people don't give a shit about other human beings and whether they are intimidating witnesses. They just care about themselves. That's why I get upset, because I think it's disingenuous. So that is what I meant to. And I absolutely did not think that you were advocating for them, but I did feel like other people were advocating for them. That's what made me mad. It's like, wait a minute, are you defending the McAlberts right now? The murderers, the people that killed John O'Keefe? And I believe that so much to my core that I get angry when I see somebody who was saying that they believed that for a really long time, all of a sudden saying, like, yeah, Kate, you have, like, a really good, what? Wait, that woman, in her own interview, which I didn't get to, maybe I will a different time. Maybe I'll make a video about it, because it's easier for me just to control, like, the pace and what we're at, the details, because it goes on. It's like an hour-long interview. But it's like, she just doesn't care about this case. She's very clear that her entire objective is to see an end to Aiden. It's like, oh, okay. Why? Like, that's not good for you to be so driven about, like, hate for somebody personally. Why do you hate him so much? Just let it go. Who cares about what Aiden Carney's doing? That's my personal feeling. Obviously, he pissed these people off. I mean, he did something that really hurt their feelings, and for some reason, he can really, obviously, get under people's skin. I don't know. I mean, the audience size, I just don't. I don't know. I don't get that. I just don't get it. I really don't. Gina says, I did change my picture. See, I knew it. It is a beautiful picture. She sends 499. Is it possible the House defendants could use TB as their excuse for perjury? They'd have to admit they're lying, right? They'd have to admit they're lying. And I don't think so. So first of all, like, they're gonna ride this, we're saints thing all the way to its end. Like, they're gonna take the saints silliness as far as they can. That's their whole thing. They have to. Like, they have to present themselves like they're just absolutely innocent. And there's a reason why they hired the Alex Jones attorney, because they want to make us seem like the Alex Jones people, like the crazies, conspiracy crazies. And I've looked into the Alex Jones case about Sandy Hook. Alex Jones had been, long before Sandy Hook, he had been telling his followers on his, similar to Aiden though, Like he had a website where he sold products for a lot of money, like supplements, all kinds of stuff. Like doomsday shelters, like he sold all kinds of crazy stuff. And he had been telling his people forever that the liberals were going to stage a school shooting in order to take people's guns away. This is a true story. This is not my personal opinion. I'm not here to talk about politics. I'm just telling you why they chose the Alex Jones attorney, because that's what, you know, Chris Maddie was, what he did. He exposed that Alex Jones had been saying that way before Sandy Hook. So the morning of the Sandy Hook incident in Connecticut, before he even heard the end of the story, jumped right back into that rhetoric that he had been spewing for a while. See, here it is, everybody. Here's exactly what I was talking about. Here's what happened. So he didn't even, like, there was no effort to look into what was happening. He just saw it as an opportunity to cash in or to like verify what he had already been spewing, knowing that there was no basis for it, right? At the time, he wasn't like pulling it from facts. He was just, this is what's going to happen. I'm telling you, they're coming for your guns and this is how they're going to do it. So the McAlberts are trying to paint the two situations with Aiden and with Alex Jones as the same. I mean, literally down to he had a website and all these people went to the website and that's where his merchandise was. And he drove people to buy the merchandise. And, you know, it's like the same language even. And so they're trying to paint it like we're these loons who are buying baseless, absolutely outrageous conspiracy theories, leaving out the very important details and facts about the case. I've said this many times. I remember the first day that I saw Brian Albert testify and actually I could not believe two things. I couldn't believe that he did not come out of his house at all that morning. Like, I could not believe that. I was like, there's no way that's true. That must just be like a defense rumor or something. And then I couldn't believe that he was actually saying that the dog was in the house but didn't make any noise. Like, no, that can't be. They don't really have a dog. They must have got rid of the dog. So when he was testifying and he verifies those two things as facts, and then he also verifies getting rid of his phone the day before the order, it was like, wait a minute. What? I mean, these are facts. These are not loony theories. That's what happened. He did redo his floor. He did lie about why. Like, these are, it's crazy. I don't know. So it's such a complete misrepresentation of reality to try to say that they're comparable, but that's why they hired this particular lawyer, because that's what they want people to believe. At Got a Bad Feeling sends $99.99. What? Thank you so much. Oh my God, you're so kind. Samantha, congrats on passing your exam. Thank you. I kept wanting to mention it and then I completely forgot. And then yesterday I had to go file pre-dissertation paperwork. So then I thought, I should tell everybody. So thank you so much. I never had a doubt. Cheers to you. You forever changed the way I think and view language and people, including my own. We have a phrase in our home, WWST. What would Sam think? Oh my God. Oh, respect, justice for John. Thank you so much. That's just, it's way too kind. You're so kind. I don't even know what to say. That's just very kind of you. Thank you so much. Really. So grateful that you're here. You're such an awesome member of this community, and we would not be the same, certainly, without you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Way too kind, dear. Way too kind. And Chandra C 4911 since 1999. Is it true that Deitch was one of the federal ice cream truckmen? I think it is. And I just heard that somebody validated that like a few days ago. I'll have to ask Emily. Emily C always knows this stuff. I think she might have been the one that told me. Somebody told me that it was verified that he was one of the ice cream men. He was one of them. Yes. He was the guy, allegedly, that sat Jennifer down in her home who she told the I didn't brush my teeth story to. It sounds like it might have even been like him and Levy by the sounds of it. I don't know. I was very surprised to see that there, but yeah, I think it is. Did she say that in this interview that I just read? Did she say that? I know that they were the ones doing the direct questioning in the grand jury, but cause they did talk a little bit about who came to the house or whatever, but I don't remember because I was reading it. I don't remember if she was saying that was him too. I'll have to go back and look. If somebody else caught it, let me know. Because I think it was. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, Chandra, how do we not? This is a guy who had this perfect, probably a very nice apartment in Boston, like downtown Boston, single guy on his way to becoming the U.S. attorney because he would have been the next in line, right? And he decides, after this investigation, I think I'm going to go sell everything, move to Quincy of all places, and then go run for this office because I want to make a difference. I have to believe he could be taking a pay cut. I don't know what the pay difference is, but right? You would think that you would have a much better situation at the federal level. Maybe I'm wrong though. But yeah, I mean, I think for sure. Here's the reason. There's other things too, Chandra. Like if you listen very, very closely and very carefully to his interviews, Adam, he gives you a lot of information. And one of the things that he's pretty clear about is he repeatedly talks about why bringing a case at the state level is so different from bringing a case at the federal level. So I suspect he wants a chance to bring a case against, or at least, let me say it differently. I suspect he wants a chance to investigate what really happened to John O'Keefe at the state level, because at the federal level, you have to be able to prove that another crime, that a murder was committed in an effort to commit another crime. And if there isn't another crime, then you can't just indict for murder at the federal level. That's what he's been so clear about over and over again. So even if this is what I got from what he said, even if they had proof that, I don't know, Brian Albert, I'm just throwing a name out, was the actual murderer, like somebody specifically was the murderer, I'm not sure that they could bring that case because as a federal agency, they would have to have proof that another federal crime was underway and that murder was a part of that effort. He keeps saying that over and over. I've heard him say it in 3 different interviews. It makes me wonder if that's not a disclosure. If he's not telling us why they didn't bring a case. He's good like that. He definitely is very deliberate in what he says. So if you haven't, go back and watch. Like if you do the Christina Rex interview, you can go into the transcript and type in certain words and so you can find it more easily. Also in Emily's transcript too, Emily C's interview. At Lorena Jenks sends 10 gems and a gold coin. Thank you so much, Lorena. At Balrog Ballerina sends 250. I think I said that right. Balrog Ballerina sends 250 gems and a laughing disco. Thank you so much, Balrog Ballerina. At Football Mom 9717, awesome, sends 10 gems and a floating heart. Thank you so much, Football Mom. We so appreciate having you here. Teresa D3 gifts a I Don't Belong Here membership. Thank you so much, Teresa. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. Yay, we have so many new members. It's so very exciting. You guys are amazing. Canton Chronicle sends 30 gems and a flower. Thank you so much, dear Canton Chronicle. I'm so happy you're here. I love it when you're here. At Chad sends 67 gems and says 6767. Am I supposed to do that? I think that's what she does. I don't even know if that's what it is, but I think so. My daughter, I think that's what she's always doing every time the 67 comes up. At Coco's Glow Up sends $4.99. All I could think about when they were pointing out Julie was the connection who could be the proxy was what about Kevin Albert? Yeah. I mean, look, Kevin Albert flies under the radar all the time. I tried to do a whole video on Kevin, and the problem was there's not enough. Like, I couldn't find enough about him to fill that whole time. Like, I went to do it, and I was like, there's a lot of suspicion. Everybody loves him. We know he was in the Sally Port during the time when Karen's Lexus is confiscated in the first 24 hours or whatever. We know he's obviously on communicating with his brother that first morning. I think we know he has a Ford Edge, right? That's Kevin also. So yeah, I mean, he could very, very. We also know, by the way, we also know that he allegedly had a cold case in the same town that Brian Higgins lives in Cape Cod, which I personally don't believe, but other people do. I don't actually believe they had a cold case, and the reason why is because that seems like an awfully big coincidence. The two of them would be working on a cold case in the same town as Brian Higgins is in. He turns his GPS, Michael Proctor turns his GPS off while they're out there. Then they're stopping and drinking. They're clearly buddies. They go to the gym together. They probably go to the gym with that other absolute racist piece of garbage, Kevin Foley. It's probably his gym that they're going to, for all I know. So I don't know. I just don't. We don't know enough. I feel like we need more information about Kevin Albert. I think everything I just said is the extent of what we know, and it's not invalid. I mean, I think it's important stuff. It's just there's a limit to what we have been able to, put together about him. And look, at a very minimum, yeah, is he going to do everything he can to protect his brothers? Yeah, of course. Absolutely. His brother, his nephew, of course he is. But I think Chris is important, maybe just as, if not more important than Kevin. I'm starting to think that anyway. It's in my head. Like, I don't 50-50 toss up whether it's Kevin Albert's Ford Edge or Chris Colin vis-a-vis Chris. I could see either one. I could see both of them. I could see, Brian Albert saying to Chris, no, you stay home. You deal with Colin and you stay home. I'll have Kevin come. But I could also see a world where Chris, as soon as Colin gets back to the house, drops everything, gets up, gets in the car, and goes right over to 34 Fairview. So I could see it both ways. There's also testimony that makes me think that Chris was there in the middle of the night. But that doesn't necessarily mean it's his Ford Edge. It could have been Kevin's. So we don't know. Hopefully someday we'll be able to figure it out. I wish he had testified. That would be awesome. At Karen in Texas sends 30 gems and a flower. Thank you so much. Karen in Texas. It's probably hot there right now. Hello, Mr. G. Nice to see you. Sends $5. Watching 3 hours behind and was like 1,000 with over 2,000 watching. Come on, peeps, hit the like button. Yeah, Mr. G says hit the like button. If you're still watching, hit the like button, please, right now. I always forget. Thank you, Mr. G. I always forget to mention the like button. Everybody hit the like button. Thank you for saying that, dear. It's like I'm the worst at it. And Blanco B1210 sends 250 gems and a laughing disco. Thank you so much, Blanco. Did I miss that? At Mags02171 sends 350 gems and a finger heart. Thank you, Mags. You guys are amazing. At Matt the Wish, look at that. Beautiful, beautiful cat there. 350 gems and a finger heart. Thank you so much, Matt the Wish. At Lisa Bailey, hi Lisa Bailey, sends 2 gems and a silver star. Nice to see you, Lisa. Did I miss something? I did. I went back. Did I miss? Yes. At JLB sends 1,000 gems and a goat trophy. Thank you, JLB. You are the best. At Mags02171 sends 2 gems and a silver star. Thank you, Mags02171. At Detective Mullins sends 450 gems and a butterfly. Thank you, Detective Mullins. At Sonia W4532, member for 5 months. Yay, happy anniversary, Sonia. I'm a bit behind, but you said a cop could have busted out their own taillight. Yeah, there was someone with busted taillight. Yes, but that was Berkowitz's son. I believe it was Berkowitz's son, but that was like way later, right? That was Ken Berkowitz's son. Am I conflating? But I'm pretty sure it was Ken Berkowitz's son in his cruiser. Yeah, I thought that was later. I thought that the 2 events were like nowhere together in time. But maybe I'm wrong about that. It's a good question. I'm going to look it up. I'm going to look that up, Sonia, because I don't know what the timeline was there. But I remember there's a video of somebody calling him out, right? Like a citizen's arrest kind of a thing where somebody's like, hey, you have like a busted taillight, I think, right? Yeah, it's a good question. What's the timeline difference? I mean, the thing is, you'd have to be really, really stupid though not to fix it. Right? Yeah. Would I be surprised though? Probably not. I don't know how smart these people are. And also not only that, it's not that they're not smart, it's that they think they're getting away with it a lot of the time. And that's because they probably have. I mean, we have to assume that these people have gotten away with stuff for a very long time. A very long time. At Detective Mullen sends 450 gems and the butterfly emoji. Thank you so much, Detective Mullins. At Denise Wall sends 4406, 440 gems and an uncler. Thank you, Denise. And Phil sends a high 5 and 100 gems and a beautiful puppy. Thank you, Phil. Phil, you're like way past sleep. You're gonna be so tired tomorrow. At Conzilla 3997 became a member. Welcome, Conzilla. We are super excited to have you. Welcome to our community. It's wonderful. At Jerry Not Seinfeld, I love it. Sends $13.99 in Canadian dollars. If there was an investigation, I know they would all be in jail. And can I just say, now, I don't know what it would be like to be in a federal grand jury and have Adam Deitch yelling at me that I'm a murderer. Probably that would suck. However, if I'm not a murderer, I imagine it would be distressing, but probably not anywhere as much as if I was, right? If I was the murderer and somebody's grilling me in front of people saying that I'm guilty of something, I imagine that's going to be a lot tougher. And I will say this too. Having an awareness now of what those grand jury experiences were like for some of these people, that does change a little bit how they showed up during the trials. Like, it does maybe say a little bit more about why Colin was so defended and about whatever strategy that they had come up with for Colin about how he was going to testify, why he was like Mr. Tough Guy. So I love when we get new information and it like updates everything we already know. That's a fact that now may shift some things in terms of our understanding of how people testified a little bit, because that's like a big deal. You know, they were finally grilled, and I've been saying forever that nobody ever did that. Nobody ever like did the interrogation. So yeah, they were allowed to get away with it. Well, at least somebody got interrogated. At least Colin did. Now, not the people that we needed, though. I mean, it should have been Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson. If those guys had been interrogated, we might have gotten answers. I don't know how a grand jury works, though, right? Like, can you just call anybody? I would think so, but I don't know. I mean, if I was involved in the death, do I really think that he's going to tell us, like, in front, you know what I mean? Like, if we're in do we really think he's going to fold and be like, yes, I did it? You know, of course not. So I don't know, but man, but actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but Karen's defense team had that testimony, right? Like, they had the grand jury transcripts. So they would have known how it went. They would have known what the responses were. Man, I wish I was privy to that information. I really, really do. I really want to know what those grand jury minutes look like. That's a really important question. At Cali Pride FC is sends $20 and says, Sam, I'm 2 hours behind live right now. Still sending you a super chat to say, hey, my fiance and I love your episodes. Thank for all your effort and time from Orlando, Heidi and Aaron. Oh, thanks, Heidi and Aaron. That's wonderful. Thank you guys so much. I love it. Cali Pride FC from Orlando. Orlando is like a place I actually really like going. And I don't love a lot of places, but the two places I like in Florida, I love the Tampa area, my absolute favorite. And I also like Orlando. It's fun. Like, I'm a big thrill ride person, so Orlando's like the greatest place in the world for that. So that's fun. Awesome. Thank you so much for your support, Cali Pride, even though you're 2 hours behind. At Colleen says, hi, became a member. Welcome. Colleen says, hi. At Terlin sends, look at this cute image, sends 450 gems and a butterfly. This is an adorable image. Thank you so much, dear. At Kathy Ray 8574 sends 250 gems and an MVP. Love it. Thank you so much, Kathy Ray. At Bella Brett for you sends $5, says FFS Karen said John went to the house, not even if he went inside. Whoa. Okay. FFS. Karen said John went to the house, not even if he went inside. How was that house and the people in it? I know. Well, you know the answer, because the lead investigator was Michael Proctor, and Michael Proctor was family friends with the Alberts. That's the answer. That's not the only answer, but that's an important one. The other answer is look at who the other police were. So here's the police layout. And I've said this, in the Innocent series, and I actually just pulled something on this today for Twitter. So let's say that you were Sarah Levinson and you wanted to go tell the police, I know what happened. I was an eyewitness. I saw who killed John O'Keefe. Which police force are you going to trust with that information? The one where the Boston commissioner is Michael Cox? The same Boston Police Department where Brian Albert was an active big shot. I mean, he wasn't just like a detective. He was a bounty hunter, but he was given all kinds of like status and privilege. So are you going to trust them? The Canton PD? Sean Good, Mike Lank, and Chief Berkowitz, who is best friends with Brian Higgins, literally, not figuratively. That's his best friend, admittedly his best friend. And at his speech said, if you want to hide a body, Kenny Berkowitz is your guy. Or the state police. Brian Tully, Michael Proctor, Fanning, Buchanan. Those are your options for who to go to with that information. So of those options, they all suck. And if I'm no way I'm going to them, because I'm smart enough, if I'm Sarah Levinson, certainly, to recognize that I actually might be in danger. I'm more likely to be in danger with the police if I go and tell them this than I am get help. Right? So I don't think that even if you knew what happened, you could ever trust them. So they weren't going to investigate anything because they are the problem. And this is like this absurd Gretchen Voss article. It's absurd. It's absurd because she sounds like Brian Albert. Oh, it's 50. You do realize that 80,000 people would have to be in on it. Well, not 80,000. Just a bunch of people who have no interest in finding out who really killed John O'Keefe. They just want Karen Reed to be the guilty. Everybody just wants Karen Reed to be guilty. That's it. That's it. It's crazy, but I think that's the sad reality, Bella Brat. At CCC Go since 1999, the magnitude of what they've done could have spared the kids being damaged for life, people losing everything, jobs, integrity, souls in their social demise, millions in time and money. Worth it? Hashtag call 911. Amen, CCC Go. Amen. FKR and TB. I am with you, dear, and love your show. Thank you so much. Amen. I couldn't have said it any better. You are absolutely right. And the ridiculous part of all of this is they're going to turn around and say, oh, it was Karen and Aiden conspiring to make up the story and then brainwash all of us with it. Just like Alex Jones did with the people of Sandy Hook. You see what I mean? That's exactly why they picked that guy. So they could make that argument without even having to make people think. They could just say, oh, Alex Jones. And then, oh, of course, it's the same thing. Brainwashed conspiracy lunatics. That's what Gretchen Voss is suggesting. But with no assertion about the facts of the case. No evidence about what happened. Nothing. No mention of cars and physics or taillights or no mention of actual factual evidence. Just essentially like personality assassination is what she did. Just personality assassination. Awesome. Helpful. Nil 27 sends $14.99 just for reading that bullshit. Thank you so much, dear. I'm glad though, because I probably wouldn't have read it without you guys. Like, there's no way I would have gotten, through a third of the way through and been like, screw this. This is too hard to read because it's just nonsense. It's nonsense. And by the way, how is it that Gretchen Voss gets an interview with Colin and I don't know, Karen can't get him to sit for a deposition, but Gretchen Voss can get him on the phone for an interview at a minimum. Note she doesn't mention how or when she spoke to him. What a surprise. Thank you so much, dear. Appreciate you. At Lisa Bailey sends 10 gems and a floating heart. Thank you so much, Lisa. Thank you so much for being here. You are amazing. So appreciate you. At Holly and Johnny sends 20 gems and a potty hat. Potty hat. Potty hottie. Where are you, Holly and John? Okay. At Madam August Butterfly is a member for 1 month. Congratulations on taking your lip gloss off. Thanks, Madam August Butterfly. I don't know if I did that, but I appreciate you very much. If I did, my lips are very like sticky right now, so I feel like maybe I need that. But thank you. And happy 1 month anniversary. At Melissa Couch 6532 became a member. Welcome, Melissa. And welcome to all the new members, and welcome to anybody that got those gifted memberships. How awesome is that? At Sassy but Classy Cassie, I love it, sends 200 gems and the sunshine emoji. Thank you, Sassy but Classy Cassie. Love it. Tongue twister, but actually readable. Holly and Johnny send 20 gems. How cute is that picture? And a potty hat. Thank you, dear. Bella Brat sends $10, says, I will never understand how both sides are not understanding the absolute disrespect John has been shown by this first. I know. And you know what's interesting about that? Named as an investigation and duck these gaslighters. And the interesting thing about that too is, I mean, we heard his brother kind of reference it like loosely, like make mention of the fact that the investigation, could have been whatever, more thorough. I forget exactly how Paul O'Keefe words it or frames it, but what is he going to do? I mean, Paul is not, he's just not that smart. And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm really not. He's just not. You get that from his interview. He doesn't have a really long attention span. He's clearly not paying close attention to all the evidence. There's no incentive to feel any way but to hate Karen. And now, even if you had doubts, you've got Jen McCabe watching allegedly your sister's children vis-a-vis John's niece and nephew. So, I mean, what are you going to do? They have implanted themselves in their lives. So even if you suspect them, the thought will come into your brain, and then you're going to want to get rid of it as fast as possible. Nobody in that family is ever, ever going to believe that these guys are responsible. They can't. It's too painful. Could you imagine? Imagine if you start thinking, if you're an O'Keefe family member and you start thinking, yeah, for the last 6 years, 4 years, I've been allowing my niece and, John's niece and nephew to spend time at the killer's house and with the killer's, daughters, and come on. No chance. I mean, you're just going to shut that down as fast as you can because it's a terrifying thought. Absolutely terrifying. Terrifying. And like I said, I've sort of experienced something a little bit like that when I was way young in college. And it was so scary. It flips you out. It's like what you thought was true, or what you thought, the reality you thought you were in gets turned upside down. And that's very, very scary. You have to completely shift your worldview. Very scary. At Barking Mad 3 is a member for 2 months. Happy 2-month anniversary. Love your channel, Sam. Go get them. Thank you, Barking Mad 3. Thank you. You guys are amazing. At Team Amano sends 200 gems and sunshine. Thank you so much, Team Amano. I don't know how to say that exactly. Team Amano. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Eleni RN40 says stay hydrated and sends 550 gems. Do we learn if Eleni's at work? At Angel Law and Gray B6930 sends 1,000 gems and a goat trophy. And I love this picture and I love your lipstick. Thank you so much, dear. And Twigs sends 30 gems and a flower. Thank you so much, Twigs. You are certainly the best. Cece is a member for 9 months. Hi, Cece. Props for tonight. So authentic, patient, and professional. Love being here with you, Denise, in the chat. As big shout out to Denise. Don't forget to hit the like button because we're on to 5 hours. Denise is the champion of all. I feel grateful. Happy 9 months and congrats on the exam. Thank you, Cece. I feel grateful for you. Are you kidding me? It's always better when you're here. Truly, though. Hello, Ginny dear. Sends $2. I know we have to have a gala. Ginny, we have to have a gala. What did I say? Oh, I said if Adam Deitch gets elected, that's when we should definitely do it. Like if he gets elected, it's going to be the worst, like time-wise for me, because I will be in big no time hot water. But if he gets elected, I'm seriously think we need to have a gala in Boston. That would be like a true reason to have a giant celebration. We got to do it, Jenny. Put a pin in it. Eleni is a member for 9 months. Happy anniversary. Please don't feel that way, Samantha. I can't speak for everyone, but I love this community for the reason that it gives me hope for John's memory. Oh. Thank you so much for saying that. Yeah, me too. Me too. I just have to believe, I have to believe that Adam Deitch gets, I have to believe that he gets elected. I know he's the front runner in terms of the financial piece. Like he's making the most money, and that's because he has the most out-of-state donors. So we're all behind him, obviously. Just have to pray that, the community supports him, whether it's the silent community or the loud community or whatever. Just have to pray. And if you know anybody, once again, in Canton, if you know of somebody, or if you know somebody who knows somebody, call them up, talk to them, be like, got to make sure you're in town to vote. You could probably do early voting. I don't know about that in Massachusetts, but my guess is that you could. So look into it. And happy 9-month anniversary, Eleni RN 40. At 2019 Forerunner sends 2 gems and sparkles. Thank you so much, 2019 Forerunner. So happy to have you. At Osage County Jungle sends 200 gems. It's sunshine. Thank you so much, dear. And a super sticker with the 2 beautiful cats for $9.99. Thank you. You're too kind, and I love these cats. These are awesome. Look at them. Are these your cats? Whoa. Those are some beautiful cats. Whoa, those are they look like jungle cats. Those are so pretty. Ooh. They're probably not easy cats though. Like I have the tabbies. They're beautiful and they are maniacs. But loving and sweet, but also into everything. Like if there's anything high, they're gonna find it. I don't know how they do it, the cats, but they do. One day I came home, my cats were on the other side of the screen window. I was like, how did the 2 of you pull this off? But they did together. They must have used their little nose to get the little, the screen that they have the push in sides and then you pull it down. They must have nudged it up together, working together, because there was birds on the ledge on the other side. Sure enough, I came home. They were on the other side of the window. I was like, what are you doing outside? So, because in New York City, you can't have outdoor cats, obviously. At Cat Began, he sends $4.99. I want to write back to Gretchen Voss and set her straight, but I need to wait. That's exactly the way I felt, because I'm so angry I would tell her off worse than Turtle Boy. Yeah, so I think we're all feeling that. That's exactly what my first reaction was. That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, where's the response? Is there a comment back section? How do I write back? I did exactly the same thing. I think there was a whole group of us earlier today having that conversation. So I think we're kind of all on the same page on that, because it felt just like, wait a minute, this is wrong. This information is wrong. What you're saying is wrong. Or at least present it equally, right? Present it objectively. At Osage County Jungle sends $4.99. Sam, you and the other amazing content creators are what keep me sane with this. The fuckery is unbelievable. Watching from Oklahoma in shock and horror. And I will tell you that I felt that exact same way when I first found Melanie during the first trial. Melanie and Mark Betterow. I was like, because I'm not a lawyer, I don't know anything about the law, and except for true crime stuff, but I had never, well, I had seen a couple of live trials, but I didn't really know what was going on. And I'm like, I feel crazy, but maybe I am crazy. Maybe I don't know anything. Maybe this is how the legal system always is, right? Maybe Judge Canoni is the norm. And I was so grateful to have Melanie to be like, no, not okay, not normal. And Mark, they like really grounded me. But I knew second trial, I wasn't going to be able to do it again. It was just too crazy. These trials, like it's every second you think you're gonna have a heart attack. You're so anxious, you know. At Twigs the Gemini sends $5. I almost forgot. Colin may have been on juvie probation. Oh, during his report on Turtle Boy and CPD, he said he hadn't been in the PD in 2 years. Huh. I almost forgot. Colin may have been on juvie probation during his report on TB and CPD. He said he hadn't been. Huh. That's interesting. I don't know. For what? Wait, what would he have been on probation for? Do we know? I almost forgot. Colin may have been on juvie probation. During his report on TB at CPD, he said he hadn't been in the PD. Interesting. I don't know the answer to that. That is a... You're talking about the interview that he... the interview that Colin gave? Not with other police officers. Is that what we're talking about? During his report. I don't know what you're talking about. I have to find. We need to learn more about this. I don't think I ever heard that. I mean, would it be surprising? Obviously not. Of course, he probably was on juvie probation. I just have no idea what it would be for. At Tawa NZ sends gifts one on a Belong Here membership. Thank you so much. Yay. And congratulations to whoever got the new membership. That's very exciting. And Villanelle gifts 5 memberships. Yay. Yay, new members. Oh my gosh, our little community is growing. It's very exciting. At Caroline K88 is a member for 4 months. Hey, Sam, I'm so proud to support your channel. You're brilliant and so kind to share it with all of us. Were you thinking of Pekingese? No, I don't think so. Maybe. Which is like the fluffy one, like it looks like a Chihuahua, but it's like a fluff ball. Is that a Pekingese? I feel like those are bigger. Am I wrong? Am I losing it? Maybe it is. I cannot remember. I cannot remember, but it looks just like a Chihuahua. The kind of Chihuahua I have, though. But it's fluffy. Not like the deer-head Chihuahuas, but the long-haired Chihuahuas. And it's like a big fluff ball. Literally, it's like the teeniest, littlest, fluffiest thing you could think. Maybe it is a Pekingese. It's possible. That sounds maybe it is. Because at first I was thinking that's a big dog, but you might be right. That could be what it is. At Meg, not your damsel, sends $9.99. Off topic. Thanks for normalizing EMDR and therapy in general. Accelerated resolution therapy works best for me, and I would recommend it to anyone with trauma, which is probably everybody. Yes, it is absolutely everybody. Well, to varying degrees, right? So certainly to varying degrees. But yeah, I mean, if you understand what trauma is actually at like a physical level, at a physiological level, it's essentially just the mapping on of, this is an extraordinarily massive oversimplification, but it's sort of the mapping on of life, like the difficulties of life that get mapped on or imprinted on in various ways. So yeah, of course, difficult experiences can really strong emotional experiences is a better way to say it. Such a huge conversation, but I'm very happy to have you mention it. I was just thinking about this today, just, how, like, because I was in the open, right? I say in the open, it says mental health professionals have solutions, but we do. And if people are suffering from mental health or behavioral problems, don't be afraid to go to a mental health professional. Like, that is our job and that is what we do. And that is something that, we do have solutions. We maybe don't all have the same solutions. Some people think that therapy is just talking, and for some people it is, but there's lots of other versions of therapy where there's no talking that has to happen. In fact, with EMDR, I'm not sure about accelerated resolution, but with EMDR, you don't have to talk. I mean, you can, but you don't have to. It can be just as effective without even talking to the therapist if you don't want to, or if you can't because the trauma is pre-verbal or too intense. So yeah, if you're suffering, get help. It's there. That's what we're trained to do. And then it works. I mean, it really, really does. So thank you for saying that at Meg, not your damsel. I so appreciate you. And it's good to be reminded, and it's good for other people to know. It really is. Yeah, it really is. At Kit Gracie sends 199. Who threatened on prior Albert cases? Who threatened on prior Albert cases? Missed this. Did I read that? I'm not sure, Kit. I'm not sure what you are. Who threatened? Who was threatened? I'm trying to think back to what I read. Is that what you mean? I'm not sure what you're asking specifically, because I just read that and probably only retained a third of it because I was reading it instead of reading it to myself. Who threatened on prior Albert cases? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're asking, dear. I am not sure what you are asking there. At Paralegal Mind sends 30 gems and a flower. At Deshay 0803 sends 200 gems and sunshine. Thank you for being here, dear. I always appreciate you being here with us. Phil Gallagher says 4:30. Ow! Go to sleep. I got to go to sleep too, but you really have to go to sleep. It's 4:30 in the morning, dear. Oh my God, you're in big trouble. You better catch the replay. Michelle, your bell sends 5 memberships. Thank you. So you guys are amazing. Thank you, Michelle. You're the best. You are the best. Thank you so much. And congrats to the new members. At Miss Jessica NB1 sends 67 gems and says 67. For anybody who does not know what that is, you have, like, if you have a 12-year-old daughter, you just do. I don't know how else to say it. I wouldn't even know how to explain it other than to say. You can, like, Google it. I'm sure it'll come up. At Pia23, me sends 499. Oh my God, congrats on passing your exam. Thank you, Pia. Yes. Whew. That's like, so now I really only have 2 things left, really, on my entire transcript. And they're the 2 biggest absolute ass pains that I have been trying to avoid for an eternity, truly. Michelle is a member for 6 months. If you could send your top 3 house deception tags to what 3 would they be? I mean, Alan, was great about is really good just inherently. Like, I think he has a pretty good sense just from being a lawyer. But it's a good question. I would say the top 3, the first thing would always be, are they answering the question? If they're not answering the question, if they're asking about the question, or if they are answering a different question, or if they're giving you information that you did not ask for, those are period problems. I mean, just full stop, no question. There's something going on. It might not always be deception, but there's a motive. Like, they have an agenda that is separate and apart from just answering the question. So those would be the things that you'd be looking for first. But then you're looking for redundancy. I mean, Julie Albert says the word not 5 times in one sentence that has 10 words, less than 10 words. That's a problem. If you hear somebody repeatedly saying the same thing, not, but not, she not, the not, what is happening right now? There are others too, but I mean, the ones that are the most important because they're universal are the ones where they're not so much a particular word or even a particular way of saying a word, like things like never, certainly those are important, or always, but there are times when people can use it and it's not deception, right? So there are times where there's exceptions. But if somebody is not answering your question, answers a different question, or answers a question and then gives you extra information, it's always a problem. Something's going on. They have a clear agenda and they very much want you to know for a reason, right? Especially like in a court. Oh my God, big time. Lika G is a member for 4 months. Dearest Sam, go rest. You are giving this your all, superstar. We're almost there. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Hit the like button. At CC Cupcake Lawnner sends 1999. You're superhuman, a 5-hour live beast mode. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best. Don't forget to hit the like button. Everybody, do it right now. At Johnny, New York, New York, New York. John, New York, New York. Well, I guess you could be Johnny, New York, New York, or John, New York, New York, New York. That's awesome, actually. Sends $9.99. 34 Fairview had a Bonnie situation of sorts right down to the sign. The wolf drove a Ford Edge. 34 Fairview had a Bonnie situation of sorts right down to the sign. What the hell does that say? Johnny, it's way too, I can't do this right now. You need to just be like, Sam, this is what I'm trying to say. Because my brain is like, what are you saying? I can't do, it's like 5 hours in, like I'm toast. Like I can't read that. I have no idea what you're saying. At Heather Bemis 6219 sends $4.99. As someone who followed and knows everything about the Alex Jones case, you must listen to Knowledge Bite Pod episode 279 to actually understand it. You got it. I will do that, Heather Bemis. That is what I'm going to do. And to be fair to you, what I said about Alex Jones so far came from Chris, came from him, came from his where did I get that? I got it from him. I got it from Chris, whatever the hell his name is, Maddie. I think I got it from Chris Maddie. So obviously it would be biased because it came from him. So I'm pretty sure it did. I'm pretty sure that I got it from him. And it made sense to me immediately why the House defendants would want to hire Chris Maddie, because they can just be like, oh, see, Alex Jones's people were crazy, and see, so are Karen Reed's people. That was the long and short of it. But I will. It is, I wrote it down. Number 279. Knowledge Fight. Now, I really very interested, because again, I do believe that there is a direct relationship between why they hired him, and maybe there's a financial one too, but I think there's a direct relationship, without a doubt. Okay, where are you guys? Hope for Justice 26 is a member for 8 months. Happy 8-month anniversary. You're the best. Your generosity, authenticity, vocabulary, sass, passion, humor, knowledge, empathy, dignity. Oh, makes your channel the best. Thank you, Hope for Justice 26. You are too kind. You guys are just too kind. Those are really beautiful words, though, and very carefully selected, and I appreciate that. I very much do. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart. At Sis1426 sends 350 gems and a finger heart. Thank you so much, Sis1426. At Bella Brat for you sends $10. I 100% get the O'Keefe family can't see the forest through the trees. I cannot you asked that journalists and Karen Reed doubters can't see all the evidence. Yep, you are correct. I get it. Sam, help me with this madness. Well, I mean, I think with the Gretchen Voss thing, it's obvious, right? Like, she clearly has personal feelings. This is what I was saying. You get into trouble, you get yourself into trouble. And I felt it. I felt it myself when I stepped foot. I walked past Chris Albert on the street, looked up at him because I wanted to walk into his pizza shop. He was in the doorway talking to somebody standing outside. And I was like, I'm going in. It was 11:45 in the morning. He's like, we're not open yet. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, what time do you open? My sister was terrified. She just like took off. Usually it would be the other way around. Usually I'd be the scared one, but I was like, I'm going in. So he's like, a few minutes. So we're like, all right, cool. And I'm sure this happens all the time. So he was a little shady. Like, he was definitely side-eyeing us a little bit. But first off, and I'm not saying this like in a sexual way, but he's just like a better looking person in person than he is from afar. So I immediately noticed that. He's got the sparkly, pretty blue eyes or whatever. And I was like, okay. We go in. He's very nice. It's a familiar place. He's got sports talk radio on. So that makes me feel guilty right away because my father's was a sports talk radio show host in New York City for many years. I'm sure he's heard my father plenty of times. Probably knows him by name, if I'm being honest. And so I immediately was like, I all of a sudden feel compelled to want to change my feelings about him. Not in any kind of meaningful way, because obviously, but I could feel that desire. That's how we are. When we have a personal encounter with these people, it's going to change how we see them. And if all of, if let's say the anti-Karen Reed people were all of a sudden attacking me or one of you guys aggressively, of course you're going to hate Karen. Of course you're going to hate Aiden. Do you know what I'm saying? Like the way that I would hate them and you would hate them. Do you see what I mean? So I get it. I get it where they're coming from. That's the danger in developing a personal relationship with any of these people, even Karen. Like, I am comfortable. I told you I will go to bat for Karen for, till my death because she didn't do this. However, if you get closer to her, let's say you don't like her or you like her, more than you expect, that's going to start to shape your feelings about the case. Same thing is true with the O'Keefe family. Same thing is true with the McAlvers. You have one positive, I don't know how this could be possible, but you have a positive experience with Jennifer McCabe or one of her kids or a cousin of theirs. And all of a sudden it's like, it's a little bit harder to say something mean or to say something that's true, but against them. So that's why there's danger in developing these personal relationships for sure. All right, we are just about ready to wrap it up. At Lala901 sends $10. Just hopped on late, but always enjoy your perspectives. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here, whether it's late or not. And if you are listening on the, whatever replay, the replay, it's late, so I'm shocked. But if you're listening on the replay, don't forget to hit the like button. And thank you so much for being here. You guys are amazing. Welcome to all the new members. Denise is the greatest mod the world has ever known. No, truly, though, you really are. I love you to death. Vicky, welcome. Welcome, welcome, Vicky Sullivan. All right, you guys, everybody enjoy the rest of your week and weekend. It's been a long one. Have a beautiful night, morning, if you are abroad, and I will see you again next week.
It is the defense counselor's duty to protect the rights of the individual, as it is the prosecution's duty to uphold and defend the laws of the state. Justice for all. Only we have a problem here.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright.
This is me reminding you once again to like the video, like this video, like the video, like this video right now.